disagree.
I disagree.
I disagree.
I disagree.
BowlerX.com for the love of bowling.
He looks good. He looks good. It's over now.
Live from Parkside Lanes in Aurora, Illinois. The PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open continues with qualifying round 3 coming up after these final few practice shots. Jeff Goodger with PBA Hall of Famer Randy Peterson. And Randy, 16 games over the last 2 days on 2 different patterns, and now our top 27 get a third oil pattern this morning.
Yeah, the 39-foot bear, and watching the players in practice, they look like a bear. Pretty tough. We've got 9 major championship winners left in the top 27, but this field is being led by a relative newcomer, Matt Kuba, but E.J. Tackett, the high average, he's currently in second.
And you have to imagine E.J. Tackett, he's had some past success on the bear, albeit a little bit different version of the bear. You have to expect Tackett to have a great day today.
Yeah, along with E.J. Tackett, you look for the players that are able to create different shapes and motions. A name like Marshall Kent comes to mind as well.
And we'll find out. Here we go. Game 1 of 8. The top 27. Bonus pins still in play. If you've been watching all weekend, you've seen groups of 4 with 30 pins going to the high player on the pair. 20 to second and 10 to third. Today with the trios, 20 goes to first, 10 to second, and 0 to third. Opening coverage with Cameron Doyle on lane 17 with Steve Jaros and Kurt Pilon.
How about 52-year-old Steve Jaros making match play? Just came off of a regional win, and it wasn't a senior regional either.
No, that was, what, 48, 47 regional titles for him?
And Kurt Pilon, he's got to be getting close to the senior tour eligibility.
Players appreciate that when you point that out.
Looks like he's going with urethane to start. He is.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hello, Phil Brylow.
Good morning, $2 Phil.
Had a chance to talk to a couple of ball reps as practice was going on, and so the big thing for the guys this morning, they're going to be starting off playing like they did Friday on the Chameleon. Difference is the taper on this pattern at the end, how the oil pattern ends. It was a lot easier on the Chameleon on Friday. This is a very short and very cliff-like taper at the end of the pattern. So these guys, from what the ball reps are saying, are going to see a lot more of a change of direction when that ball gets in the pattern. It's going to want to immediately start heading towards the pocket. And so we're seeing a lot of guys with urethane go to more surface on the ball. Guys that are throwing resin, really not a lot of changes for them, but definitely on the guys throwing urethane, they really put some surface on the ball to tame out that reaction at the end of the pattern.
Well, it looks to me like it's pretty simple. If you miss target right, it hangs, and if you miss left, it hooks.
Yeah. And a lot of slower response covers as compared to yesterday where we saw some guys really using some quicker responses on that Don Carter pattern.
Typically, we see a tough pattern when they break down after 3, 4, 5 games, get a little bit better. I don't see that happening on this pattern.
And once again, we're going to get this combination of some players using urethane, some players using resin for a good chunk of the early part of this block, and that can cause some real head scratching for guys as they get pair to pair. Because once again, the player movement with guys, some guys moving one pair, some guys moving two, some guys moving right, some guys moving left, and not having the same threesome on any pair at any given time. It's driving the ball reps crazy this week, trying to figure out who to follow and where to start when they move.
Yeah, ball reps are underworked.
Simonsen strike in the first and then solid 8 in the second. Taking a re-rack here on 15. Remember, 20 bonus pins for the high game on your pair, 10 for second, and the big donut if you are the low game out of the threesome. Graham Faw, major championship winner from Canada. Simonsen going with urethane from out, and right now he's thinking, well, that should have been a 3-bagger.
Yeah, Simonsen, one of the players not really affected much by where his position is in the standings with the bonus pins. He was 14th overall in pinfall scratch, and he's 13th in the standings, where you get a player like Don Barrett, 2nd overall in scratch pinfall, but 7th in the standings because of how few bonus pins he took during the first 2 qualifying rounds. Dom only taking 315 bonus pins, where Matt Kuba took 400.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot of changes in the standings due to the bonus pins. The guys that bowled well were redeemed with a good deal of bonus pins. The bowlers that didn't bowl well obviously didn't earn as many.
Well, that sounds kind of like, to me, if you watch a football game and then afterward you say, well, if they would have gone for 2 3 times instead of kicked the extra point, or if they would have made that field goal, then they would have won.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't.
Yeah.
The rules going in, here you go.
Yep. Exactly.
I like that philosophy, or that analysis. And the aforementioned Marshall Kent. Oh. And Simonsen off to a nice start early. Maybe Phil can explain this to me. So typically, we see players playing out on a shorter hooking pattern, and on a longer, slicker pattern, we see them playing in. To me, it would be the exact opposite of that. You know, if they hook, you move in and throw it right.
Yep.
And if there's slick, you move right and kind of point it. And it's the exact opposite. Am I crazy?
No. I think it's just, once again, the guys were talking about the taper of the pattern, and they were just trying to keep that in control. And so I usually keep it in control if you're attacking it straighter early on. Because you know the ball, as soon as it gets off the end of the pattern, it's going to have an immediate response and start wanting to move left. So if you don't try to project it too far, you know, like with Simonsen yesterday, he needed to project it to the right once the lanes broke down. Yeah, once the lanes broke down, I'm sure we'll see that again today. But the mid to end part of this pattern is not conducive to that right now because of how the ball waits to change direction so long. I mean, look at O'Neill right there trying to tame it out with urethane, and there's a lot of surface on that urethane.
Well, typically, anytime we see urethane balls going down the lane, they have a lot of surface, which is why they break the pattern down so brutally. They make the fronts hook, and then they carry oil down to the head pin. And so the front part of the lane goes, the players move in to get away from the hooking heads, and then when they get the ball right, it hangs because of the carry down. Wow.
Yeah, Crummell has had a pretty good summer so far on the Go Bowling PBA Tour with the extra frame tour stops. He kind of hit the career low at the PTQ for the Tournament of Champions in Akron. There were 2 players that didn't make it out of the PTQ, and Crummell was one of them. And he was threatening to walk back to Illinois from Ohio after that.
I can understand.
And really rededicated himself to improving the mental and physical outlook. He's had some great qualifying efforts. He led qualifying in the 2016 Masters in Indianapolis. So we know the talent's there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of applying it all the time. And there's a misapplication.
And then, of course, as soon as you talk about him, that happens. Don't worry, Pards, I've been there. He's such a great spare shooter, except on that shot. Can't tell you how many times that's come out of my mouth on a telecast.
Well, yeah, but if you make a PBA telecast, of course you're a good spare shooter. You have to be to get that far.
Agreed. And nobody misses a 5-pin. Matt O'Grady just proved that.
All the hands in the crowd go down. There were a few up down there.
No, was there?
Yes. It's happened a couple times this weekend.
What's the origin story of the hand in the air for the 5-pin?
I don't know. They do it back home in North Carolina as well. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's the old nobody misses the 5-pin. If you have your hand in the air, supposedly, and the 5-pin's missed, that person has to buy you a beverage.
Right, but why did that start? Who decided 5-pin means
It's one of the great bowling mysteries.
Used to be back in the day when you missed the 5-pin, you didn't get lucky for 5 years. And by lucky, I don't mean monetarily speaking. I think you all catch my drift.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, so that was the pressure back then, was you miss the 5-pin, no love for 5 years, and I'll tell you what, you really concentrated on that 5-pin. Unless, of course, you were probably in your late 80s and you didn't care.
Makes bowling couples league interesting, Randy.
Wow. Well, speaking of missed pins, Bill O'Neill missed a 10-pin in his previous frame. 96 in the 5th, up in the 6th.
Oh, no. Yeah, and that's just throwing fuel on the fire there, opening in the 1st as well for Bill.
How much do these players change their releases with urethane, Randy? Does it seem like a guy like Bill O'Neill is changing it up a bit?
It does, and he looks like he's just using his regular A-game release. I guess it just depends on how early they want the ball to read.
Okay.
Jarrett's just kind of going with a weak hand, straight up 8-9.
Bill O'Neill, the 2010 U.S. Open champion. As we talk about difficult lane conditions, obviously had to overcome those to win the U.S. Open.
Taking a peek over on another pair on 23 and 4. Kris Prather, who made the step ladder last time we were here in Aurora with a big late charge. Prather down in 23rd position to start this round. He's got spare 5-bagger on the board. His threesome with Mitch Hupe and Anthony Pepe.
Anthony Pepe went for a 4-mile run this morning before the block. I read on Facebook. And I think the caption was, going for a 4-mile run before my 8-game block. Who does that? Anthony Pepe does that.
Several people said Ameletta Monticelli, not giving Pepe proper credit.
Well, Monticelli is still on his run as he's watching his mobile device. Randy, you mentioned 9 major champions in this field. 2 of them on that pair we were just watching, O'Grady and Simonsen. Here's Bill O'Neill and Graham Faw, another duo of major champions on this pair. And that's a third of the field. 27 left, 9 of them major champions. Ten if you count you, I guess, but you're not in the field.
Yeah. Simonsen on a nice run. And the ageless Kurt Pilon, PBA champion. Cameron Doyle on the left lane. Good young player here. Beauty.
Pretty close match here, these 3 players. Marshall Kent, Randy, for a while, when he first came out on the PBA Tour, the talk about him was, well, he's going to win. When's it going to happen? And then it kind of got into the, well, I can't believe he hasn't won yet. When's he going to win? And now he's quietly compiled 4 titles.
Yeah.
Is he kind of, do you see that just continuing?
I do. He's had some rough spells on television as of late, but he's really come into his own, and I think for me, it happened in Oklahoma when he threw the last 4 to beat Kris Barnes, who was on quite the run that day on an extremely tough oil pattern, and threw the last 4 to force Kris to get up in the 10th. And those 4 shots really, I think, defined the potential of Marshall Kent. I think Barnes needed either the first hit or a double and left a 4-pin, and Marshall ended up winning. And I think that was really the big turning point for Marshall.
Yeah, his previous titles, he'd won a World Bowling Tour event in Saudi Arabia. That was his first one in 2014. And then part of the PBA Team Challenge in 2016.
Right.
And then he won in Lubbock, Texas, his first stateside singles title. And then, I think you're right, I know you're right, there's just something different about winning on TV.
Right. You know, I think the Lubbock win was kind of, okay, I can do this. But the television win was, that was the biggie for Marshall. Wow, nice hit there for Graham Faw.
Nice fist bump.
Simonsen, I think, is bowling a pretty good game. I can't see it from all the way up here, but I think he's possible 260. Or, excuse me, big 250, I think.
Yeah, he can go 259.
There you go.
He just struck on his first shot in the 10th.
And an unfortunate open frame for Steve Jarris. 234 for him. And Marshall Kent working on a strike, doubles up. Simonsen. Good opening game for him.
And that'll be a plus 30 for Simonsen. Correction, Simonsen's not guaranteed 30. Oh, Grady can tie him if Simonsen gets 9 here on this shot, and we'll get back to that right now. Phil Brylow.
Yeah, just was down on 3 and 4 with our top 3, Kuba, Tackett, Anderson. Kuba in command of that match till you left a 3, 4, 6, 7 in the 9th frame. Tackett immediately stepped up, struck in the 9th, strikes out in the 10th. Shoot 235, shuts Kuba out, and takes an important 10 bonus pins away from Kuba, because now that'll put Tackett in the lead of this event.
Had bigger scores to start this morning than I expected. And speaking with the players yesterday, they all said the same thing about this pattern. If you tuned in yesterday, we had Marshall Kent in the booth. He was talking about how tough he thought this pattern was going to play. Crummel seems to be struggling with the approaches after every shot, but still 232. Now O'Grady 3 in the 10th to tie Simonsen.
Get to O'Grady following Marshall Kent. Phil ball for 227. Yep.
Beauty. Oh. Simonsen will come away with 20. And O'Grady will pick up 10. Crummel 232 gets him nothing in terms of bonus. And that was a test shot for Graham Faw. Marshall Kent will pick up 20 there.
Spare for O'Grady. Back to O'Neill. Game 1 concluding here in Aurora. Jeff Goodger, Randy Peterson, Phil Brylow will be back. Game 2 coming up. Game 2, Jeff Goodger and Randy Peterson at the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. Another look at Cameron Doyle. He's with Kris Vai and Anthony Pepe on this pair. Also our first look at Mitch Hoope. This round, Hoope had a good event in Jonesboro, made the cut. Former Wichita State Shocker.
He's got good hair, too.
Oh, no question.
Reminds me a little bit of that guy on the PGA Tour. Oh, gosh. I can see his face, and I just lost his name. From England. Somebody hit me up, instant messaging. Oh, Fleetwood. Made a nice run at the U.S. Open. The closing 63. You think this guy's going to get picked on a team maybe next year? Andrew Anderson? How do you overlook him?
I believe he will.
Yeah.
However, I also thought he would before.
Right?
And you are on record about 12 times on that webcast.
Him, yeah.
And there were only 16 picks.
Yeah, I picked him 12 times and I was over. I guarantee you he'll get picked up for this upcoming season. I think somebody should go off the board and pick me.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, as a sixth man.
Special rule, sixth man.
In case somebody gets injured, I can come in and make a spare.
And A.J. Johnson strike in the first, spare in the second. And this split for A.J. This was A.J. yesterday during qualifying. 10th frame on the front 9. How good do these look, Randy?
Real good. We watched it. And his fill shot was spectacular for 300. That was like old Milwaukee beer there. Doesn't get any better.
He knew that was for the Tiffany's Pizza, let's be honest. Here at Parkside Lanes. Hey, just an update on E.J. Tackett through his second game. He's bowling against J.R. Raymond on his pair. And Tackett starts with the front 5 before a solid 9-pin stops the string. J.R. Raymond, though, starts spare 4-bagger, so he's keeping pace with Tackett.
That's just a duo?
No, that's a trio. I just lost the third person on that pair. I think it's Anthony. Yeah, it's Anthony Pepe. He's a little far away. I apologize.
No,
it's not.
Pepe's
Oh, it's
right
not
here.
Pepe.
Pepe's
Cameron Doyle. Thank you. Sorry.
No.
Nope.
Why is my scramble wrong? Oh, I may have the wrong pairing sheet. I may have my old pairing sheet here. I
Here, you
apologize.
You can't
Look at
just
this
quickly
one.
read that? That
Going
doesn't
to-
make
I'm going-
immediate sense to you?
Now, boys, let's play nice. Cameron Doyle, Kris Vai, and Anthony Pepe are bowling on 11 and 12, Phil,
Okay.
if that helps.
It does help.
Hoope Anderson and Graham Faw. I'll tell you what, for 4-letter last names, Hoope and Faw, unless you know how to pronounce those two names, you could really screw those up.
Simonson's the third on that pair.
Yeah.
Simonson's struggling a bit. A couple of opens for Simonsen early.
I mean, this could be Hupp and Fatch. But we're here to help. So it's Hoope and Graham Faw.
And Andrew Anderson.
And we have an updated standing sheet. If I may be so bold,
Please be bold.
E.J. Tackett is now your new leader. Matt Kuba second. Jason Sterner third. Andrew Anderson fourth. Dom Barrett fifth. Just 6 pins behind Dom is Kris Vi. Marshall Kent seventh. AJ Johnson eighth. The Loche, Kris Loschetter in ninth. And rounding out the top 10, Greg Ostrander.
Big move early for Nate Michalowski. He was a number in 27th position up to 19th after the first game.
Simonsen makes a nice little move with his 250 plus 20. Picks up 78 pins rather. A nice shot there by Mitch Hoope. Scores are higher than I expected early, Jeff. I thought this would have been a pretty good grind and some pretty good games out of the gate. We'll see if that pace continues.
Yeah, it's both surprising and not surprising. Not surprising because it's the top players in the field, but obviously you took that into account before you predicted it, and the players said the same thing. This was going to be really difficult. But we were talking yesterday a little bit about how the lanes are even harder than scores ever show. And it's just that the players are so skilled that we don't realize it.
They make a tough pattern look easy, and that's just how good these players are. And also remember that game one, the players get, is it 15 or 20 minutes of practice to start?
It was 15 today.
So they get 15 minutes of practice on that pair, and they break that pair down a certain way. And so generally speaking, the score should be a little bit higher in game one. Now the players have moved to different pairs, and so you have to expect the scoring pace to come down a bit. Look out. Oh, my Lord. And you saw his reaction. AJ was like, uh-oh, that's going to get 3.
Yeah.
And that got all the way back to rip the rack.
He's still in disbelief behind the pair. Something like that, Randy. Does he learn something on that?
Yeah, because that was a ball change as well. So right now he's thinking to himself, okay, I've got a little bit of right if I throw it good. And I think I'll stay with this ball and see what happens.
So that's kind of a serendipitous, great thing that happened to him. Makes a huge error, and now he finds that he has room for error.
Or what he thought was an error, right?
Right.
I mean, it was a total shock that it got back to the pocket, and now his brain is like, okay, I've got a little bit more room to the right on this pair than I thought. Grandpa actually switched to urethane this game and is still struggling.
Fa trailing Hoope and Anderson early, but Hoope with the big split here, he gets 0.
For you Jason Sterner fans, this game he started off spare 5-bagger. Jason currently in third.
And Phil Brylow back with more.
Yeah, just came back from 5 and 6. You got Marshall Kent, Kurt Pilon, and Jason Miller on that pair. Played a little tough game one. High score on that pair was 210. First 5 frames between those bowlers. 4 strikes, 11 9 counts. And then Marshall Kent promptly stepped up, left another 9 count in the 6th frame and missed it. So Marshall Kent, who's in 7th currently, finds himself on the bottom of that standing leaderboard on lanes 5 and 6 after 6 frames.
Fortunate not to leave the 10 with that is Andrew Anderson. Let's see, this is going to be an interesting shot here. Stays with the same ball and gets it back from Wrigley Field, which is way east of here.
Yes.
Okay, maybe like east and north.
Yeah.
Something like that. My geography has never been my strong point.
Phil's has.
Yeah, Loschetter on 27 and 28. Man, currently in 9th place. He's going to make a big move this game. He's going to shoot 270 if he gets his fill ball strike in the 10th. Actually, pardon me, Bill O'Neill can actually shoot 279 and take the 20 down to 10 for Loschetter. O'Neill only a single pin in the 6th frame, keeping him from perfection.
O'Neill currently in 14th.
I have a message for Randy from AJ Johnson. He said fair flaw.
Apparently there's been a message passed down to the booth from AJ Johnson for you, Randy. It's just bear paw is the message.
Bear paw.
Bear paw.
We'll have to find out exactly the exact meaning behind that. Maybe that's what AJ Johnson is giving this bowling ball at the release point, is a little bear paw. So, getting back to your original question, Jeff, when you said, well, when he saw what happened on what appeared to be an errant shot in his mind, what does that do for him? He feels right now that he has the entire right side of the lane on that pair. So now it's just execution.
O'Neill got the first strike in the 10th, needs the second one to take 10 bonus pins away from Loschetter and put possible 279 on the board on 27 and 28.
Big games on this pattern. I just didn't see it happening. O'Neill gets it. O'Neill will pick up 20. Another strike. O'Neill is going to bank 99 pins and get himself right back in the mix. So a great comeback for Bill O'Neill after his sub 200 game in game 1. You know, if this pattern develops into what A.J. Johnson has, the scores are going to be astronomical. And I think the PBA would need to rethink the length of this pattern because it used to be longer.
Yeah.
And when it was longer, it played really difficult. And that was the premise behind this pattern, was to be tough.
Yeah, I remember the first time we used this bear pattern. It was at the Summer Swing a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And it was either 6 or 8 games of qualifying. It took about 19 hours to complete because everybody was throwing 2 shots every single frame.
Right. So, again, if this breaks down to where the players can just move in and just throw it anywhere to the right, you have to increase the length. I believe the original pattern was 42 feet.
I think it was 40.
Was it 40?
I will confirm this.
Was it? I thought it was 52, 42, 32 when we first started that Badger, Wolf, Bear series. Kris Vi, 225. He'll pick up another 20.
The bear was 40, I confirm.
Wow.
The original bear.
Shortening the pattern of foot has given the players a little bit more return down lane. And again, a lot of it has to do with the surface that it's applied to as well. But look at how the middle part of the lane is developed and there's swing to the right for the righties.
Philium.
Yeah, down on 9 and 10. EJ Tackett punches in the 10th for 246 and a 1-pin win over J.R. Raymond. Anthony Simonsen on the pair, 221. So Simonsen slightly going down the leaderboard after game 2 this morning, taking 0 bonus on his 221. Wow. Ostrander just sent the 4-pin over the 7. Still enough for him to take his pairing and 20 bonus pins. Ostrander currently in 10th, and he can finish at 226.
And Jason Sterner still bowling a big game. He has spare 8-bagger. Yeah, A.J. Johnson is really feeling this pair. And it was just that one shot, Jeff. He let go of and went, uh-oh, that's going to be a 5-count washout.
Yeah.
Came back and ripped the rack.
And you saw after that shot, you saw a total surprise on his face.
Yeah.
And every shot since, it's just sheer confidence.
Be interesting to see how many pairs he can actually play that line on and still get his bowling ball to respond and get back to the pocket from way downtown.
Hupe with the lead on this pair, looking for 20 bonus pins.
And it looks like he's going to get that. Oh, unlucky for TJ. Hupe will pick up 20. And Anderson needs a mark to pick up 10. If Graham Faw strikes out, never mind.
Matt Kuba, the man in second place. 191, 0 bonus here in game 2 this morning. So our leader coming into the day slowly slipping a little farther down the standings.
Well, the big guns are out too, and they're vying for the top 5 spots in the stepladder finals, and they know what it takes to get there. This young man here is still looking for his first national win.
Finished second in Wilmington earlier this year. Lost to Christian Azcona, who won his first PBA Tour title.
Yeah, I was there. I called that stepladder finals, and Christian needed a hit, I believe, in the 10th, got up and got it, and AJ bowled great in the stepladder finals, but too much Christian from Puerto Rico.
Azcona was one of several players who withdrew due to injury here at this event. But the first Puerto Rican-born player to ever win a PBA Tour title.
I would love to watch AJ Johnson's very first shot on the pair that he's going to next, just to see if the ball reaction is anything close to what it is on this on the pair that he's bowling on. This pair here, 15 and 16, looks wide open. Francois Lowe and Richie Teese just walking by the booth saying hello. And a great finish. He had a test shot that got back, and he took full advantage of it, and that's what you have to do. 256 for A.J. Johnson.
Game 3 coming up momentarily. Mitch Upe, Jason Miller, Greg Ostrander. Game 3 from Parkside Lanes. Jeff Goodger with Randy Peterson. And another look at Kris Vi. And first look today at Matt Kuba leading coming into this round.
And guys, during the break I was talking to a couple of players, Richie Teese and Francois Lowe. And then AJ Johnson happened to walk up. And we were talking about this pattern playing the way it's playing. And so they had some opinions on why we're seeing what we're seeing, which is the high scores on a pattern that's supposed to be pretty tough. So Francois and Richie both said that they feel it's the surface that's helping and aiding the players in being able to open the pattern up. And then AJ walked up and said something very interesting, that he did a thing for FloBowling last night on this pattern, and he said he struck twice. And I said, well, why is it so different than today? And he said, I have no idea. He says maybe it's the urethane balls that started in practice going down the lane, pushing some oil down and creating shims. But I asked him, I said, have you thrown a shot on your next pair yet? And he said, yeah. I said, how was the reaction? He said, just like the pair I came off of. I see O'Neill trying to play that same line with a little lower rev rate. I don't know if he got that one out of his hand the way he wanted, but it definitely seems in the 2 days that I've covered this event, high rev rates and players that are able to cut the front part of the lane like that, with the exception of getting it way too far to the right, have a little bit of an advantage. Watch EJ's next shot here as he's working on the front three, the extreme angle through the front part of the lane, and then obviously that 600 rev rate to get the ball to read and come off the end of the pattern correctly.
Mike Dole, one of 3 lefties in the top 27. Graham Fa, another lefty. And Anthony Pepe, the third, back to Tackett.
You can really see that ball grab as it comes off the end of the pattern. And EJ Tackett is making a tough bear pattern look pretty soft. Well, let's not take anything away from EJ and his ability to do what he does. Remember, we watched him yesterday and what he was doing with his wrist to try to create more down lane motion. Yeah, Kris didn't like that one as soon as he let go of it. Yeah, and a better shot for O'Neill. It looked like that one was out of his hand better, and so that read properly. And now look at Matt O'Grady trying to do the same thing, in and open up this pattern.
Open up Phil's microphone. Phil.
Hey, Andrew Anderson in a tough battle with a couple other young guns with Kyle Sherman and Cameron Doyle on 5 and 6. That pair's playing tough all day. Anderson 95 on an open in the 5th. Finds himself about 20 pins behind his 2 competitors on that pair, and Anderson, who was in 4th place after our opening game this morning, looking to stay within that top 5. We'll keep you updated on Anderson's progress.
Matt Kuba spoke with journalist extraordinaire Jerry Schneider last night, and Kuba told Jerry that this format is really good for him because it makes him slow down his mental game pretty much and focus on the people on his pair rather than everything that's going on in the building. And it allowed him to lead the field coming into today. Find that full article on PBA.com.
There you go, Bill. See, and if you get your hand, if you have enough hand, your hand is good at the bottom, you can get it to return from there. Bill coming off that big 270 game in game 2. And we will get you updated with our leaderboard as soon as we get that information.
Don Barrett front 6 on 23 and 24 against J.R. Raymond and Graham Fa.
Good. And speaking of that leaderboard, here are your leaders. EJ Tackett at plus 877, followed by Jason Sterner at plus 841. In third, Dom Barrett at plus 795. Matt Kuba in fourth at plus 792. AJ Johnson in fifth at plus 790. Rounding out your top 10, Kris Loschetter, Chris Vi, Andrew Anderson, Greg Ostrander, and Bill O'Neill, Marshall Kent tied for 10th. Oh, hit it. Almost. You see, he makes that motion with his hand, saying that he kind of got around it a little bit, so the ball didn't read early enough. Wrong pipe.
And the miss by O'Neill to compound the problem.
Okay. Uneventful evening. Back to the rooms.
O'Grady whiffed the head pin. Dole looking to stay within a reasonable striking distance, but it's going to require a strike here in the 7th. And he gets to 8th down late.
Yeah, I couldn't get out. Go home for 12 hours and then 6 a.m. flight today to the town. But then I have to go from there to Dallas, and then one day later I go to Japan. I have to go home and do the laundry and repack.
Don Barrett just stepping up in his 8th frame. He just absolutely sails the head pin. And his run at perfection ends with a super washout. But we'll keep you updated on our 3rd place player's final score. As Barrett well ahead in his pairing with Grandpa J.R. Raymond on the pair with Barrett. Chris Vi, best finish was last year in Coldwater, wrapping up the Extra Frame Storm Cup Tour in 2017. Lost the championship match to Rhino Page. Vi has a lot of success in Coldwater. He's won in that building previously, and we know he'll be at that last Extra Frame event of 2017. And of course, the FloBowling Fall Swing will start in October.
Is that in Shawnee?
That is in Tulsa.
Oh, in Tulsa.
Oklahoma.
That's where they shot UHF.
That's right. That is a classic movie, Randy.
UHF?
Yes, indeed.
I'm not familiar with that.
You get the drink out of the fire hose is a classic line from that movie.
One of my favorite lines is, "Oh my God, my lips are on fire. My lips are burning. I need my chapstick." Or something like that. Napoleon Dynamite. I just caught the tail end of that movie the other night. And the dance scene at the end there was priceless. And then, of course, the closing scene of him playing tetherball. I'm like, oh, my Lord. O'Grady, ball change. Phil shot? Nope, it's not his Phil shot. Didn't like what he had with the other.
There is a great bowling scene in Napoleon Dynamite as well.
Didn't know that.
Kip and Uncle Rico planning their sales strategies for Tupperware while they're bowling.
Tough attempt at the 3-6, 9-10 done perfectly by Bill O'Neill. I think for O'Neill, he just needs to have something good happen to him for a change. He's worked really hard on his game, made some changes, and then really hasn't been very fortunate. Needs a little bit of luck on his side to turn things around.
He just missed the show at the Players' Championship.
Yeah.
When Shota Kawazoe.
Yes.
Sorry, Shota Kawazoe. When he got all 3 in the 10th, right? He needed all 3 in the end. And
he needed all 3 in the 10th to beat Bill by a pin, I believe. Look
Yes.
at that. O'Grady just threw it in the gutter. Unbelievable. E.J. Tackett just making it look like child's play, as he so often does. Phil over here watching clips from the bowling bumper scene, the bumper bowling scene from Napoleon Dynamite. It's amazing what little things amuse Phil these days. And the reaction. Love it. O'Grady.
Kip's reaction makes it all. Wow.
How about that frame? 0-4.
wow.
That's where you just wanted to end. O'Neill, still possible 217.
Don Barrett still possible 263, and he'll take the 20 bonus easily on his pair. Graham Foss struggling. Foss can max out at 169 on the same pair. Marshall Kent, 233, his third game. Unfortunately, Anthony Pepe on the pair takes out 20 bonus with 256. Kent with 10 for his 233. Nick Crummell, 173 and 0 bonus. A.J. Johnson with a Dikembe Mutombo-like finger wag at his last shot.
Except AJ's fingers are about 3 inches shorter than Dikembe Mutombo's. Thank you for getting that finally, Jeff.
I've always gotten those two confused. So now that you've finally given me a way to distinguish them.
I was just thinking of who is Dikembe Mutombo doing an impression of on the Jimmy Kimmel show. That's quite the interesting segment. If you haven't seen it, Randy, you really should.
Yeah. See if that gets back. Nope. Maybe a little firm. Missed it a hair. Still a good game for E.J. Tackett, who looks like he's going to continue leading. And no big surprise.
Graham Pham, I'm probably missing out on any chance of getting back up the standings today. He's going to shoot a game of 148 here in this game, with Don Barrett on his pair shooting a possible 263 depending on Dom's fill ball. So Barrett could be right on Sterner and Tackett's tail heading into the next game.
And 288 helps Mr. Tackett. Plus 20.
He's got to shoot 260. Wants to sex A.J. Johnson. Does that mean? I don't even know what that means.
Going till 5 p.m.
How you doing, buddy? Good? Getting used to the approaches. Yeah, it's taken us like 2 days to get used to them.
All right, first of all, thanks for sticking around a couple extra hours. I know you want to probably get out of here, go eat a nice meal, but I truly appreciate it. I know our manufacturers and company truly appreciates it as well. I don't know about you guys, but I didn't know a lot about the PBA when I was growing up. And since I've learned a little bit about the history, these kids inspire to be us. So this group of players out there is basically who you're going to see on tour the next 10, 20 years. Being good ambassadors and role models for this next group helps us create future stars, create sponsorship opportunities, more host opportunities, and the sky's the limit.
Peter, one step. One step front.
Right now we are having a free youth clinic for anybody in the Illinois area. We've got some people from Detroit, Green Bay apparently, but this is something that I wanted to do to just get back to the sport that has given me so much. And I'm very thankful to have 15 to 20 other PBA professionals here. It's just a family sport. You know, it's the greatest thing about this game is that anybody can do it. It's a great family game. It doesn't matter if you're right-handed or left-handed, you know, tall, short, skinny or fat. Anybody can play this game. I think the pros out here right now understand what this is doing for our future. These kids out there inspire us to basically be us now, and they were us 10 years ago, 15 years ago, maybe 20 for some of the guys out there. It's just a great opportunity to give back to kids that want to bowl on the PWBA tour, the PBA tour, travel the world, both for the colleges, high schools, etc. You don't get a chance to do this very often, especially for free. And you got some of the best in the world right now out there. We got kids from 7 to 21 years old out there right now learning from some of the best players in the world. And it's pretty exciting to see so many people there.
Game 4 of round 3 qualifying at the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open in Aurora, Illinois. Jeff Goodger with Phil Brylow, now joined by the man who made this whole thing happen, PBA Tour champion Sean Rash.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for having me in the booth this morning.
And Sean, just between games, we played a little piece about last night's youth clinic that was held here, and talk a little bit about what that was and the turnout and everything.
Yeah, the turnout was unbelievable. We had over 100 kids here, all the way from Detroit, Cincinnati, Wisconsin, you name it. They came out for this opportunity to learn from over 20 of the best players in the world that stuck around, some that made the cut, some that didn't make the cut, and just forever thankful for our pros donating their time and the bowling center itself, letting this clinic go on free of charge to the youth for 3 hours last night.
Yeah, one of the things I found interesting during that clinic was how many of the players had video devices on their phones that they could slow-mo and show these young players exactly what they were doing, exactly what was going on in their game, and the instant feedback that these young players get that you didn't get 10, 15 years ago when you were their age.
Absolutely. It was just a remarkable afternoon, evening. Started off with some free pizza from Lou Malnati's. I want to say a special thanks to them. Every kid likes pizza.
Absolutely.
Right?
I mean, look at the size of the 125 or so kids all the way throughout this center. And, you just said, Kyle Troop misses the cut, and he's teaching a young player how to throw it like him. It was fun to see.
Yeah, watching two-handers teach bowling is pretty remarkable, even though they're all really good with one hand too, right? But one of the things I mentioned to the pros last night was, growing up when I was a teenager, I didn't have opportunities like these kids did last night. I also didn't aspire to be a professional bowler. I wanted to play baseball. And one of the biggest things that I wanted to get from this last night was, when you have a kid go to career day, I want that kid to say, I want to be a professional bowler when I grow up because of opportunities that they had last night. And in 10, 15 years, you see one of the young up-and-comers on our tour here, Andrew Anderson, that could be the next Andrew Anderson, or E.J. Tackett or Marshall Kent. For myself and Tommy Jones, that was us 10 years ago, right? Now that we've been out here a while. So just really exciting to see these kids. We had males and females, ages 7 to 21 years old last night, 40 lanes plus going. It was a remarkable turnout, and I really want to say thank you to Motive, Ebonite International, Storm, and Brunswick Bowling, all of the CEOs, sales reps, ball reps, everybody included, helping making this possible. What they did was ask their players to stick around on the benefit of bowling to help grow our sport. No other entity does what we did last night. There's a lot of people that do clinics, and I'm forever grateful for them that are helping teach. But last night was truly probably one of the first our sport has seen like this. I know it's happened in the past. I'm not a very good history buff, but it's the first time I've seen it happen in 12 years on tour.
Well, you mentioned how you want to make that happen, where you have some of these young players want to be professional bowlers as a career. Had a chance to talk to Matt O'Grady between him teaching some young players last night, and O'Grady said he had something that was a bit smaller when the U.S. Open was at Carolier when he was much younger, and it was the kind of like the driving force that said, hey, I can really do this. I really want to be a pro. And it's the same thing that you're striving to do with this. And it was really neat to hear it from O'Grady, where he goes, we didn't have it on this level. He goes, this is great. He goes, we had something smaller with a few of the pros at the U.S. Open, and it made me want to become a professional bowler.
Yeah, and the thing at the U.S. Open, I was actually a part of that. They charged a small fee, nothing extravagant, but this was free. I mean, I can't express that word enough with all the things that went on yesterday. Just for instance, guys that are bowling right now that I know are here: Sterner, Barrett, Johnson, Loschetter, Vi, Anderson, Ostrander, O'Neill, Kent, Simonsen, Jaros, O'Grady, Raymond, Miller, Dole, Pepe.
EJ,
EJ. I mean, out of 27 guys, I missed 5 guys that not a big deal that they weren't here because we had plenty of coaches, but very, very excited and very happy with the turnout that we had.
And like you said, they came from everywhere.
Yeah, a gentleman came up to me last night and was like, yeah, we drove up from Cincinnati. I'm like, holy cow. All right. Thank you so much for, taking a 7-hour drive to watch professional bowling at its best and then learn from the best. Can't get any better than that.
Yeah, I was at breakfast at my hotel the other morning, and I saw a family with 2 young boys that were been here all week and travel to town, staying in the area, and enjoying everything. And that was the one thing they were looking forward to is, who do we get to see on Sunday, and who do we get to get and the kids were free to walk around and get autographs during the whole time. With having that long time on the lanes, that 3-hour period, they could work with different pros if they wanted to.
Correct. And that was one of the things we did last night too, was every about 40 minutes I had the pros skip a couple pairs just so they could get a different feel, because we had them all spread out in age groups, 7 through 21. Everyone has a different learning ability, patience, an attention span. So we had a really good turnout. Very excited, and hopefully we can do that again.
And that's just one aspect of this whole weekend you put together. How did this, obviously second time you've done this event, 2 years ago was the first iteration. You made a couple changes this year. How does this all come about? How do you make this happen?
It's real simple. One, I've got a fantastic host here at Parkside Lanes that loves the sport of bowling, has opened their doors to letting me practice here and calling this home. There's also players here that are competing right now. Steve Jaros and AJ Johnson live in the vicinity and practice here and have grown up here as well. But I've got a list of sponsors here that I'll go through that made this possible. AOC, Bob's Business, Bowler's Mart, Breakthrough Screen Printing, Carson Chiropractic, Elite Athletes Sports Memorabilia, Eric's A Cut Above, Glenn's Pool Table Service, Holiday Inn North Aurora, Innovative Bowling Products, the Illinois Bowling Proprietors, Lil Minotti's Pizza, Mongoose Real Bowlers Tape, Noonan's Barbecue, Pinheads, the Rash family, the Victor family, You Can Bowl 2 Pro Shop, Victory Lanes, Four Season Bowling Center, and then our big sponsors, Aurora Area CVB, High Five Gear, Miller Coors, Brunswick, the PBA, and again the Parkside Lanes Bowling Center. Without those sponsors, I'm not here speaking to you guys right now.
Well, it's events like yours here, events like Jonesboro, events like Lubbock that get on the schedule that have a bunch of. They don't get the big sponsor. I mean, in Lubbock, you see all the banners above the lanes year rounds of everybody that sponsors to help bring the PBA to town. Jonesboro, they work with Arkansas State University and their business department to get sponsors, that type of thing. People go, why isn't the PBA near me? It's a little work to get the PBA near you, but you don't have to get the one large sponsor to do it. If you get out there and do some footwork and some hustling.
Yeah, I would love to have the one big sponsor that gives me a big dollar amount, but I love having the multiple sponsors at multiple levels. Our game has always been a family game, right? So, a lot of the interviews I've done this week, how did you start bowling? Well, mom and dad. Does your kid bowl? Absolutely. Do you bowl? I bowl with my wife in the league in the winter, and my friends and family. So we have a lot of sponsors. A lot of them are close friends of mine. Some are sponsors of mine. Some are sponsors of other PBA events, and just so thankful for what they do for the sport of bowling.
Just noticed Greg Ostrander coming out of the pro shop, and looks like a little application of new skin.
Yeah, the weather has been a big issue over the weekend. A lot of humidity. The heat wave through the Midwest has caused a lot of issues to bowlers' hands, approach issues, and every bowler has had to, battle through it together at the same time.
Yeah, Matt O'Grady tried to battle through it. We saw him last game on extra frame, and talking to him between games, he withdrew, and he says it's just he can't clear the thumb, and he's afraid that he's going to hurt himself. He had an incident we've talked about a couple times on extra frame over the years where back in 2016 he had a bowling ball stick and land on his head after it went airborne. So you can't fault the guy for not wanting to hurt himself, and he'll have to make some adjustments to his fit.
Absolutely,
sure
yeah, and it's sad to see because Matt's a great competitor, a terrific champion, and a great athlete. But I'll say it first here, the ones that did withdraw this week and the ones that have been complaining that the approaches have been bad, I commend the guys that withdrew for one reason. They have a career, not just one event. Yeah. And I've said that to Rhino, to Ryan Simonelli, to Ronnie, to everyone that withdrew yesterday, Christian O'Coney, and a couple others because of the approaches. We, as a bowling center, as players, fans, have helped try to make this place as best as possible. Mother Nature just didn't cooperate for a day and a half, 2 days. Today it's perfect in here. The approaches are great, and it is what it is. But I told every single one of those guys that I'll find a way to make it up to them, whether it's by buying them dinner or getting them a free entry somehow, paying for something. One, I was just happy they could make it here. Of course, ashamed that they couldn't compete at the highest level, but they have a career to look after, families to look after, and everything else. One event's not going to change things.
Yeah, well, Ronnie and Rhino Page obviously not holding things against you because they were here helping out with that youth clinic yesterday. Came back, stuck around. They could have packed it up and went home, and they stuck around and helped everybody out yesterday with the young players.
Yeah, and a couple of the guys that left. Somebody asked me why Ryan Simonelli wasn't here yesterday, and look, he is a brand new young boy, and I was the first one to tell him go home. Family is always number one to me. It will always be number one. It doesn't matter what event I'm bowling. If anything ever happened in my family, I'd be taking the shoes off, leaving the bowling balls in the rack, and heading home. So, Ryan, I hope everyone's good at home. Ronnie as well, and Rhino, and everybody that had the WD. I know I'll see you guys in the future. Thank you for supporting the event, for why you could and what you did and whatnot.
Speaking of young ones, you've got a nursery to be painting at home pretty soon, don't you?
Painting's done.
Painting's
son.
done? Okay.
Yeah, painting is done. Nursery is done. Kaylee's new room is done. Everything is ready.
Excellent. And Sarah's due in the beginning of August?
August 8th. 6 weeks and 4 days, 3 days. We're counting them down.
And she's walking by us right now, and she's escorting a young gentleman.
That's our nephew, Kyle. Looking for the game room, I'm sure. Or why can't I bowl right now?
And I heard you got some visitors from Australia this week as well.
We do. We actually have a lot of people here from overseas. Dominic, Barrett, Richard Teese, Francis Lowe, all flew over from England and South Africa. And then we have a couple really good friends from Australia, Rick and Annette. Host myself and Parker and Chuck and Jason this last year for our clinics that we do in Australia every year, every other year now. Just really good people. They've been at the World Series of Bowling for 3 or 4 years now. In Reno, and just really happy that they can make the trip over. They're going to go with us and do some sightseeing over the next few days.
I have to thank them for the Tim Tams that were dropped off at the booth.
They have some amazing food there, and they're also pretty surprised by some of the food that we have here.
And then a unique feature to this event, when we get to the stepladder later on today, it's a 5-player stepladder, and we saw this in the first iteration of the event. The higher seed in each match gets to pick out the lane pattern used in each match. What's the logic that you use behind that?
Correct, and the other kicker to that is they get 2 balls of practice on each lane. One of the things that happened the first year, and even right now, even though scores are a little higher today than I anticipated, is shot making, spare shooting. Taking your time and focusing and whatnot. We all know that in 5 to 10 minutes of practice, every single one of us can beat down a pair and make them extremely easy, or extremely hard, give or take, right? But with 2 shots on each lane, bowlers are going to have to stay patient. They're going to have to make their spares. It's an equal playing field when it comes down to 2 shots on each lane, and may the best bowler win.
2 of the 4 players who made the stepladder 2 years ago still in the field. This man, Chris Prather, J.R. Raymond, the other, and Ryan Simonelli, defending champion, as we just talked about, had to withdraw. And Walter Ray was the other man who made that show. He was not here.
Yeah, Walter Ray finished in the top 4 in that new regional in the South region at the Harrah's Cherokee Casino at their new bowling center. And we've got a 19-game scoring update. E.J. Tackett still your leader at plus 985. Dom Barrett into second, plus 878. A.J. Johnson, who's having a big comeback right now, he's third in his match off camera, but he's third in the standings, plus 874. Jason Sterner in fourth, plus 852. Kris Vi up in the fifth at 845. 38-pin advantage for Vi over Matt Kuba, who is our leader coming into today. And, of course, you can get all your scores after each game at PBA.com and the live scoring link.
And currently the top 5 are also the top 5 in average, regardless of their bonus pins. It just kind of dictates where they fall. One of the cool things that I saw yesterday, number-wise, the 27 guys that made the cut, only 2 of them made it because of bonus pins. The next 2 out would have been in the cut based off average. The uniqueness about the bonus pins and the format challenge I picked this year was just to make everything matter, every single shot. And and I had 2 matches that I missed where I could have won an extra 20 or 30 pins bonus, which If I would have struck, I probably would have made the cut, just snuck in. A few guys I watched throw all 3 in the 10th to tie. One guy had a double and was talking to his ballroom, said, hey, should I change balls? And he was like, no, you need that strike. Puts the pressure on that guy. Well, he got 9. That guy that needed all 3 in the 10th struck out and beat him by 1. So, just interesting philosophies and decisions that people had based off of what their competitors were doing currently on their pair.
So it sounds like it definitely, at least for you, changed your mindset all the way through. You had to think of it in a couple different ways.
Well, you're bowling match play against 3 guys consistently. So, 16 games of qualifying, you're bowling 3 other people or 2 other people. If it would have been a full field, you would have bowled 48 games of match play the last 2 days. And then today would have been 18. So we would have had 64 games of match play.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of bowling when you look at it. Even though it's only 24 games of score, it's 64 games of competition.
A.J. Johnson in trouble this game. Cameron Doyle, Greg Ostrander's pair, and he will not take any bonus pins. A.J. has to punch out in the 10th to get to 191. So Johnson in danger of sliding outside of the top 5. Anthony Simonsen on a pair with Jason Sterner and Kris Vi. And Vi strike next 7 on that pair. Flash in trouble. Flash can max out at 226, but it may not be enough.
No, he's way short this game. His biggest thing right now is just making sure he gets as many pins as possible. And looking compared to his left on 21 and 2, EJ Tackett's going to bowl 231 and not win any bonus pins. So, like I said, a lot bigger scores than I anticipated as of yet. There's still plenty of bowling to go. There is a couple pairs out there that are tricky. I think 17 and 18 is going to be one of them, based off of how the pair was broken down to start.
Yeah, Sterner and Vi on that same pair, battling each other. They're in the 4th and 5th positions, but Sterner in 4th. And Sterner going to be in the 2 teens now after leaving a 10 pin if he punches out in the 10th. And that'll be 0 bonus pins for Jason, so that may slide Sterner out of the top 5 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be some moving around, of course, all day. I like EJ's chances to make the show currently. Not just because he's leading by 100, but he's been bowling extremely well as of late. It's one of those things. It doesn't matter who it is. If it's EJ or Belmo, Tommy, Barnes, myself, Parker, through our generation and careers, if you're on a nice little run, which he's been on, you walk into a bowling center with confidence, your head held high, and guys notice it. They know that you're going to bowl good. And so it's a lot easier to have a loose swing and whatnot. I think a couple guys in the top 5 are going to be dropping out this game. A.J. Johnson and Jason Sterner are going to move down just a little bit. But,
yeah, Dom Barrett, though, glad he's here in Aurora, and I'm sure he's glad, too, after that opening win in the DHC Japan Invitational. It's been a rough 2018 for Dom Barrett. Side finish was 10th in the Go Bowling PBA 60th Anniversary Classic. He's looking to make his second championship final of the year.
.256 for Andrew Anderson, who in my mind is currently leading the Player of the Year race with a major, a win at the Jonesboro. Another top 5 major tournament champions, right?
Yes, and just missed the TV show thanks to a 9-pin late in position round in Indianapolis. Kris Vi with a huge conversion of a 3.467. Still lets Vi get in the 255 possibility on the fill ball. And 20 bonus for Vi will keep him inside that top 5.
And we'll move him up quickly.
Yep. So are we already planning for the 2019 edition?
We're going to look into it. I mean, last time we said we would definitely do it. The reason we didn't have one last season was some schedule conflicts. We were trying to host the fall swing or summer swing. We gave up our weekend for Coldwater, which are great hosts and great people. I know that Parkside Lanes would love to have another event. With the addition of FloBowling just starting this weekend, and our move to Fox Sports 1. We're looking forward to maybe bigger opportunities. Maybe have a television show here. I think that's been my ultimate goal since I've become a player of hosting an event that's on television. I think one thing that would help me would be I wouldn't be in the know of all of the things that are going on through the weekend. I could let Kirk and Rich and John and everyone else at the PBA take over, which would help. But we've just announced the beginning of the season for 2019 schedule through the middle of July, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of opportunities through the end of the summer and fall and winter of 2019 to have an event. I have not had a chance to sit down and speak to the powers to be. I know our facility here at Parkside love having the PBA here and the players and all of the fans.
Yeah, I mean, it's going on noon here in Aurora and on a Monday. You wouldn't expect a lot of fans in the building. There's a lot of fans in the building.
I think one thing that helped this year, besides Mother Nature's weather, with the approaches, was it's a holiday weekend. A lot of people are taking Monday and Tuesday off this side or on Thursday and Friday. Or people just love bowling and they want to be here.
Exactly. They said when you see entire families that I'm recognizing a lot of the kids that were here yesterday. I see them walking back through today, coming back and watching some of the bowlers that worked with them yesterday. They're following them around, and it's neat to see.
Yeah, it's been a fun day already this morning with just the bowling that's going on. Like I said, you got 27 of the best bowlers in the world. One of them being an amateur. We had one amateur make the cut. You've got a great variety of ball manufacturers going down the lane, which is always fun to see.
Yeah, and that amateur made the cut, Mike Dole. It's not exactly a slouch either.
No, he was he's from the Rockford area. Now works for Brunswick Bowling and lives in Muskegon. So, but I mean, if you look at the top 5, every company is represented right now. Top 10, multiple players, every company. So, very happy with the variance of balls going down the lane. Styles of play are unique. 1 2-hander, high rev, a medium rev, a shot maker. So,
and of course, 6 bowlers from Illinois represented the field. Kris Prather, a transplant, but lives nearby in Plainfield. Ooh, wow. Nate Michalowski almost with the pocket 7-9. That goes to prove you don't need revolutions to slice through the high flush hit.
Well, if I can leave a 9-pin now, then you definitely don't need it. So. A few of those this weekend did not help my scores, but I would have to say I might not bowl next time and just help the event.
Enjoy?
Yeah, I mean, look, I love money.
Yeah.
And I love titles.
Yes.
But my biggest thing is making everybody happy, and on Saturday about 11:15 I was miserable. I felt miserable for the 105 guys bowling because of the weather and the approaches and everything else. So thankful for the ones that battled through it and are still bowling and are.
You can make it like Jack Nicklaus with the Memorial Tournament where he brings everybody in and hosts it.
Hey,
and does
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
If they want to start paying me to do that, then I'll start doing that. But it's been a fun weekend. Very happy with everything.
And dropped bowling ball. Has Don Barrett doing a big stare down to his right. We'll leave that player that did that unnamed.
We don't even know who did it.
kind of saw it, so I'm just going to leave him unnamed.
It was JR.
Somebody from the crowd just yelled into our mic. He might not even know he did it. So
Yeah, it doesn't look like he knows, but yes.
oh, great shot by Jason Miller there.
Can't believe those pants didn't let him strike. Here's one guy that's gone through a bit of adversity the last few years and keeps fighting back.
One of the greatest human beings I've ever met. He won the Nagy for a good reason. Oh. Little distraction and lost a little focus, but just not a good shot. He was able to regroup and try to make a good shot, and he just didn't. So, but he left something he can make, and he'll be all right.
Yeah, he instantly came to the back of the approach and started doing the old invisible ball swing, trying to see what happened with falling off the hand so quickly. So are the plans, are you bowling our next extra frame event, which is the Striking Against Breast Cancer Doubles? I know it's a little close to Sarah's delivery time.
Yeah, I will be there as long as Sarah stays on course on time. Be down there that weekend. Once the baby's here, I'll have a few weeks at home, and then as of right now, I plan on being back in Delaware to defend my title that I won last year. And then there's a lot of overseas travel, a couple weeks in Europe, home for a couple days, a couple weeks in Asia, come home a couple days, and then our fall swing in Oklahoma, and then the U.S. Open, and then it's a lot of time off.
Yeah, then it's all the way through the holidays for you guys, but it's a good
Not
time
really.
to rest because, yeah, as soon as New Year's Day hits, it's a lot of bowling action on both Extra Frame on FloBowling and on Fox Sports and Fox Sports 1.
Correct, and even though November and December technically doesn't have any full PBA Tour events on schedule, I will be doing something, I have a feeling, whether it's going to Malaysia to bowl for a couple weeks or the Hawaii regionals with the family. I'm sure there's going to be something.
I think there should be some FloBowling coverage of those Hawaii regionals. I'd have no problem with it.
No question.
Yeah.
Look, if that
Because
happens,
those are almost tour stops. I mean, Tom Dury had a great run on those three
Tom
last
and
year.
Stu both,
Yeah.
yes.
They,
Win second, and second, first. So that only happens if I'm invited.
Okay.
I'll take one of your jobs before you guys get to go before me. So hopefully our CEO's listening on his way down here. But I would love for an event in Hawaii to happen. It's just of that nature, of course.
Yes.
But it all comes down to money and sponsors. So anybody listening that has helped out and wants to keep helping, we appreciate it. There's plenty of people that want to help. I had 5 or 6 people said on Friday, oh, if it was only that much, I would have been a sponsor. Okay, here's my information, and I look forward to seeing you next year.
Exactly. So, well, Sean, thanks for sitting in with us for a game. I know there's a lot of things that you still want to make sure run smooth for this event all the way through the Step Ladder Finals. And, of course, tonight, something different for a PBA event that you're having once the Step Ladder is completed.
Kind of. I mean, we did it last time. We're going to have a Champions Dinner again. Last year, we were 18 months ago now, we were very grateful to have Ryan Simonelli stick around. Right now, the current 5 all live close or are staying by that would join us as well. So as soon as the event is over and we crown a champion, myself and the owners of the bowling center and a few other special guests will join us and take them out for a victory dinner.
Yeah, it's
kind of a tradition that golf does for some of their majors and other events, and it's something that I would like to keep doing. And if someone unfortunately wins tonight and has to leave, we'll just put it in front of the event next year and invite the past champion as well, Ryan Simonelli, and have a new tradition at a PBA event.
It's neat to have. So once again, if you're looking to get involved with this PBA Tour event in Aurora, call Parkside Lanes. They'll get a hold of Sean Rash without too much of a problem. You're here a lot of the time if you're not on the road.
Well, I would love for anybody else that would love to help out.
Yeah.
I could use it if I'm going to bowl, but I've been told either bowl and let everybody do everything or don't bowl and you do everything. So, like I said, it's okay missing an event if I had to for an event like this, and to host these guys. I know I'm a hard-headed time on tour with these guys, and I butt heads with them at times with certain things, but deep down, we're a big fraternity, and I consider them all great friends, and would do anything I could for any one of them.
And we appreciate everything you've done for us here in the Extra Frame and FloBowling booth this weekend. Thanks
all
again,
right, guys.
Sean.
Thanks for you guys being here, and we'll see you a little bit on the Extra Frame Tour final, stepladder finals in a few hours.
Absolutely. We'll get a score update for everyone shortly.
Anthony Simonsen, Bill O'Neill, Kyle Sherman on 17 and 18 in Game 5. 4 more scores to post before we cut to the top 5. Jeff Goodger and Randy Peterson in Aurora, Illinois. The PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open.
Shot there by Bill. Bill currently in 11th after 19 games.
And Phil Brylow as well with us here in Aurora. Phil.
Yeah, got the 20-game scoring update. Your leader is still E.J. Tackett. He's averaging 250 on the day for his first 4 games. He's going to fall short of that this game if he punches out for 249 in the 9th and 10th. Don Barrett in second at plus 927. Tackett 1016 for his plus almost 100-pin lead. Kris Vi jumps into third at plus 917. Jason Sterner fourth plus 867. Andrew Anderson in fifth at plus 857. And not too far behind Anderson, A.J. Johnson 2 pins back. Matt Kuba 12 pins back. Kris Loschetter 31 back. Anthony Simonsen 34 back. So pretty tight in the standings after our first 4 games this morning.
Bill O'Neill still in 11th. And real tight race for the 5th and final spot in the stepladder finals. E.J. Tackett with an 89-pin lead over Don Barrett. Matt O'Grady had to withdraw, guys. I don't know if you spoke about it with Sean.
Yep.
Thumb issue.
So because this is not match play, this is still qualifying. There's no alternate who came in to take his place. It's just like yesterday when O'Grady would have fallen on a pair. The other 2 guys on that pair are now guaranteed pins. Guy with the top score gets 20. Next guy gets 10.
Yep.
Front 6 for Marshall Kent with Ostrander and Jaros.
Yeah, Kent just 57 behind Anderson getting into this game.
Front 7.
Good time for this to happen. And the ageless one, Steve Jarris, 52 years of age, currently in 14th. Anthony Pepe, your high lefty, in 16th. Simonsen struggling on this pair. And it'll be 2 opens through 6 for Simonsen. O'Neill could use a big game here. Another good shot. Don Barrett playing the deep inside line, as are most of our right-handers now. And Marshall Kent looking for an 8-bagger. Gets it. Another solid 9 for Simonsen. Kyle Sherman now in the 220s. And Sterner's bowled well all week. Oh, how about that messenger for Ostrander?
Guys checking in from lanes 9 and 10. Andrew Anderson with Kris Loschetter and Graham Fa. Anderson, our bowler, currently the number in 5th. Struggles 88 in the 5th right now. Bounced back in the 6th and 7th with a double, but he is well behind Loschetter. Loschetter possible 279.
Front 9 for Marshall Kent.
Three 300 games thus far. E.J. Tackett in round 1, Bill O'Neill and A.J. Johnson in round 2. Marshall Kent trying to become the 4th player to bowl a perfect 300 game in this event.
3 strikes away for Kent. O'Neill left with the big split. Getting in the way of a string of strikes for him. Back to Kent, 10th frame.
Didn't like it. Left the whole way. Guys, I was speaking with our lane maintenance supervisor, Sean Perry, in regards to this oil pattern. And I think that prior to this week, everybody had the same opinion about the bear pattern, very U.S. Open-like in terms of difficulty. Our old U.S. Open patterns that we used to use, great conversion there on the 210 by Bill O'Neill. But even though the length of this pattern is just a foot shorter, the shape has changed. And instead of being a completely flat pattern, it's a now 2.2 to 1 ratio, which tells me a couple of things. One, I'm not very good at math. I don't know what that would mean. But 2, that these players are so good they don't need a whole lot.
Yep.
And so whatever that change was, it was enough for these players to knock the daylights out of this oil pattern. So with that 2.2 to 1 ratio now, the players have a little bit more hold. I think probably the surface has his. This is an unbelievable game for Simonsen, by the way. I think it's created a little bit of down lane hold. The players are able to shape it from out. That might have something to do with the surface, but it's definitely a different bear pattern than we're used to seeing, or at least from what we saw in the inception of this pattern.
Well, if we look at the chameleon pattern, the ratio of the chameleon, 2.19 to 1, so a 100th of a percent difference between bear and chameleon. And if we go to the PBA website, you can actually see the basic charts on the patterns. And this bear pattern, if it's applied as shows on the PBA website, it shows a little more oil in the middle of the pattern down lane, where the players can play a little tighter in the middle. And I think, as you mentioned, with the hold, there's definitely more hold in the area of the lane they're playing right now than there would have been on the chameleon on Friday. And it doesn't take much.
No. These players are so good. You give them a board left or right of target, and they're going to bowl well. But there is a trick to playing this pattern, and it seems like the higher the rev rate and the sharper you can cut the front part of the lane, the better. And we talked about that yesterday towards the end of competition and what the players that were having success were doing, and then got confirmation by two players in Marshall Kent and Greg Ostrander. Anthony Simonsen is going to bowl 168 at best, and he deserved a lot more this game. And this could possibly be the end of Simonsen's run to the top 5 stepladder finals.
Also, the chameleon pattern, taking another look at it here, the chameleon pattern is asymmetrical. It's kind of shifted to the right for the oil, where the little bit of the hold area is, as compared to the bear, where the bear is more centered between the left and right sides. The chameleon is kind of shifted, where it would force the lefties a little more inside to find hold, and the righties a little more outside.
Does it show you the volume for both patterns?
The volume on the PBA website for the chameleon is 25 milliliters, and it's almost the same for the bear. So it's almost the exact same volume. It's 0.3 of a milliliter different. But where the oil is applied with that little bit of the asymmetric shift for the chameleon makes apparently the difference these players have apparently figured out through qualifying today.
Tough break there for Simonsen. That game could have been a lot more. O'Neill, 268 max. He can use all of them. Good one there. He's going to pick up possibly 88 pins. Boy, this couldn't happen at a better time for Bill O'Neill.
And similarly, Marshall Kent with his 274. Same as Bill O'Neill. They're right next to each other in the standings. Kent 5 ahead of him coming into this game. Simonsen will be dropping.
Oh, that was good. Maybe just a pinch inside a target, but that was still good. So O'Neill will be in the 250s. Pick up 77 with a spare here. Kent starts front 9, then goes back-to-back 3-6-10s for 274. Good solid game there for William.
Game 6 next.
Welcome back, everyone, to Parkside Lanes. It's the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. Aurora, Illinois. Randy Peterson along with Jeff Goodger and Phil Brylow bringing you the action. Game 6 of the last 8 games of qualifying before we cut to our step ladder finals. Tommy Jones, Anthony Pepe, and Nick Crummell on this pair. And I'll give you an update of our standings as soon as that information becomes available.
Doyle, Raymond, and Fa all, well, they would need huge games from here on out to make the step ladder.
Yep. All the players playing the deep inside line. If you are right-handed,
Crummell on the spare. Pepe plus 630. And Jones plus 636. Nick Crummell is plus 599. Those three are all right in order. 15, 16, 17 with 2.5 to play. And we also have action with Kurt Pilon, AJ Johnson.
And it looks like Simonsen on that pair.
Anthony Simonsen, yes. So these players, well, Simonsen and Johnson, still very relevant in the tournament. Kurt Pilon at plus 654. Am I reading an old sheet, Randy?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Remember that Simonsen's coming off of 150 or 160 the last game, which pretty much put him out of contention.
And Phil has the current standings for us.
Yeah, EJ Tackett, still your leader, plus 1063. Don Barrett, second, plus 991. Bill O'Neill in seventh. Hey, you made a great run up the leaderboard. Guess who you're bowling right now, Bill O'Neill? First and second, down in lanes 5 and 6. That match basically even through 5. We'll get you an update on that shortly. Kris 5 third at plus 983. Bit of a gap down to Loschetter and Anderson. They're both tied for that 4-5 spot at 905. It's still real tight after that. Marshall Kent just 11 behind. Bill O'Neill just 33 behind. Matt Kuba now 40 pins behind 5th place as the slow slide for Kuba continues. Yeah, Bill O'Neill ought to be really liking to see that. Hey, I need to get more bonus pins, get in the top 5. Give me first and second place right now.
Yeah.
The two hottest hands in the building.
Here's Simonsen open in the first. Double. And now looking for a spare in the 4th. And gets it.
His pin carry stinks. And even though the shape of that shot looked really, really good, it still left a ring in 10. And Simonsen to have any chance, he may want to consider changing bowling balls, and a nice conversion there by A.J. Johnson. But Simonsen's carry stunk last game. He left a solid 9, 10 10-pin pocket 7-10, and those struggles are continuing halfway through game 6. You can go all the way down to Greg Ostrander at 11th, who is only 56 pins out of the 5th and final spot. And after that, we have a little more separation with Simonsen
And then more still between Simonsen and Pilon.
Yeah.
And then more still down to Tommy Jones, Anthony Pepe, and Cameron Doyle.
Yeah, 2 of our bowlers in the top 10, Kuba in 8th, Sterner tied with AJ Johnson for 9th. They're on a pair with Kris Prather trying to get themselves up near the top 5. Kuba started with the front 4 before a couple of spares. Prather well down in the standings in 20th position. Prather leading that threesome right now.
You think Phil's going to go down and get us some more info?
No, there's no question.
Right? Phil Brylow has exited our booth and is doing some intel down at the low end of the house.
Which is currently where all of the action is.
Yep.
They're as far right as 27 and 8. Championship pair later today will be 25 and 6, currently not in use.
Oh, trip to a 10 for Kurt Pilon.
Simonsen taking no time, Randy.
Struggling with pin carry, and then that ultimately will force a player into making bad shots. And that's what Simonsen has going on now.
.212 max for Anthony Pepe. Nick Crummell can get into the 230s. And Tommy Jones can get into the 250s. J.R. Raymond finishing his 6th game and gets them all to go. Second strike in the 10th. 221 possible for Raymond. Phil.
Down on 5 and 6, 2 frames remaining in the match between O'Neill, Barrett, and Tackett. Tackett finding himself in third place right now with a possible 233. Barrett can strike out for 238. Bill O'Neill in the lead in that match can strike out for 258 if he gets the last 4 strikes.
I knew O'Neill was going to be the high game on that pair. I just knew it. After all that build-up and, Bill, his consolation is having to go up against the one. Bill's a fighter. He loves that challenge, and I am not surprised he's doing what he's doing. Bill in great position to get himself into the top 5. Like I said earlier, I think the only thing that Bill O'Neill needs, with all the hard work and effort and everything he's done with the small changes in his physical game, he needs a break.
Yeah, and kind of what you're alluding to, Randy, when Bill O'Neill saw he was with those two in that game, he took it as an opportunity to not only get pins, but to prevent them from getting pins.
Absolutely.
Kris Loschetter, he's on 3 and 4. He has a chance for a big game. Interrupted by a solid 9-pin in the 8th frame, but Loesch can still get into the 240s and take a minimum of 10 bonus pins on that match. He's got one of his opponents right on his tail. Andrew Anderson off camera, the other man tied for 4th and 5th with Loschetter. Anderson can strike out for 235 and he needs the first 2 in the 10th to take 20. Kyle Sherman's going to be in the clubhouse at 227 with a strike on his fill ball, which Sherman now gets. So Anderson needs the first 2 to take all 20 bonus. He has 10 for sure in order to try to stay in that top 5.
When you look at the top 3 players, E.J. Tackett, Dom Barrett, and Kris Vi, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Power, rev rate. And then it goes Loschetter and Anderson. So it's a little surprising, not because Loesch and Anderson can't bowl, but the trend is power.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, and then right behind them, Marshall Kent, power. And then right behind Marshall, Bill O'Neill. Again, Bill O'Neill, Loschetter, Anderson, kind of all in that same block in terms of rev rate and power. But what Loschetter, Anderson, and O'Neill can do is make shots.
Anderson right now didn't make that first shot in the 10th frame, went high, left the 610, converted it. He'll be at 213 and 10 bonus pins with a strike on his fill ball.
Thanks, Phil.
And here's Pepe's fill ball. He will get 0 bonus pins this game. Tommy Jones taking 30, Jones taking 20, Crummell taking 10. And we will watch the conclusion of the Simonsen Pilon Johnson effort. Johnson just struck on lane 11. So 223 is still possible for Johnson.
Simonsen clearly frustrated. May have stayed in that ball that he's using too long. But then probably wondering, okay, well, if not that one, what ball do I throw? Oh, nice. Thank you very little.
That's horrible. You just see the dejection on Pilon's face. Now I have to throw another shot. The 9th frame. And bowl 2 more games. you don't see the same thing in his face?
Still the same ball for Simonsen. Let's see. And nope, there's a different one. Oh, gosh.
Wow.
Phil Brylow.
Yeah, Kris Loschetter, 237 down on 3 and 4. Not enough to take 20. Greg Ostrander, 255 for Ostrander. And 20 bonus is going to make that standings part of the sheet tighten up a bit. J.R. Raymond, 166 on that pair.
Well, that's a big difference. And it's amazing how one player has the reaction, another doesn't. A.J. Johnson, I thought, was really going to make a good run at this. Still in ninth, still has a shot, and then that.
Two, 8, 10. Trying to get to the 223, trying to get the 20 bonus pins.
Yeah. That could be the one shot that cost him his chances of getting into the step ladder finals. Oh. I love it. Kurt Pilon's taking re-racks. Oh, Pilon currently in 13th.
So Johnson with the 188, he'll get at least 10 bonus pins. And it'll all be up to Pilon, who's pretty much locked up the 20 bonus pins on this pair. Game 7 coming up in mere moments. Penultimate game. Only position round awaits. Jeff Gojo with Randy Peterson. PBA Extra Frame. Parkside lanes open. Kris Vi, as of previous game, well in the running for the show. Bowling with Mitch Hoope and Jason Sterner.
And watching Jason Sterner's ball reaction here at the start of this seventh game is a little different than how the rest of the field is playing them that's having any success. He's actually much straighter through the front part of the lane. but I think it's because of his ball roll. His ball roll is a little more end over end, and it's allowing him to do that where he doesn't have to circle the entire lane. We don't see him playing the lanes like E.J. Tackett or Dom Barrett. A lot straighter through the front.
Here is E.J. Tackett on the front 3, front 4, near 7-9. What was that?
That's called power from 6th arrow. Uh-oh. Oh, how about that hit for a 4-bagger?
Front 4 for Jason Sterner. Andrew Anderson walking it out a little bit.
Standing in front of the ball return, wrapping his wrist around it and really going sideways with it. And a Greek church for Tommy Jones. Watch what E.J. Tackett does here at the bottom of the swing and see if it's similar to what he was doing late in the round yesterday. Very much so.
Let's get a little bit of a slower look at that, Randy.
See him really rotating around the ball at the bottom of the swing. Now watch Sterner's rotation here. Much different. Much more end over end. So he can play a little bit straighter line through the front part of the lane. He doesn't have to play that big loop. And an open frame after a 4-bagger for EJ. Wow. Hoope with a massive messenger. Good stuff.
Yeah, update from 27-28, Dom Barrett on a pair against a couple of the older players in the field with Kurt Pilon, Steve Jaros. Barrett right now, 2nd through 5 frames in that match. Pilon front 4, looking for the front 5 shortly.
Kris trying to hang on. Jones in front of the ball return. Watch the modified approach. 5 steps turns into 3 steps. And it's back-to-back Greek churches. Can I say that?
I think so.
Back-to-back Greek
Sounds
churches
like
for Tommy Jones. Hey, well, I just said it. Once the words come out, you can't take them back. Uh-oh, Sterner. Yep, and that's the problem when you get it wide with more end-over-end rotation as the ball can't recover.
And we got our 22-game scoring update in the books. E.J. Tackett, 10:59. That lead over Barrett cut slightly. Barrett plus 10:18. Kris in 3rd plus 10:04. Loschetter plus 9:52. Marshall Kent now in 5th, 9:29. Andrew Anderson 3 pins behind Kent. Ostrander 5 pins behind Kent. And Sterner 27 behind the next closest competition.
Tight. We have us a good old-fashioned dogfight.
And Loschetter right now, because of Matt O'Grady's dropout, he's bowling on a pair with just one other player on it at this time. So Loschetter guaranteed to get 10 bonus. He's only at 96 in the 5th. And he has a 9-pin lead over Nick Krummel in that final game for Loschetter.
Is it just me, or can you take Andrew Anderson out of the bowling center and throw a black leather jacket on him, and he looks like he's right out of a 50s or 60s movie,
Yeah.
right? Like, what was that movie? I'm not real good with old movies. West Side Story, or
That's a movie.
a
yes.
James Dean movie or something like that.
Comes back to Carmen Miranda in the fruit hat yesterday. How about that? West Side Story. It's full circle.
That's I got to get that image out of my head. Fruit hat. Ugh. All right.
I was thinking more of Rebel Without a Cause and James Dean.
There you go.
He could be a good fill-in for James Dean in a movie.
I think, guys, now we're looking at, possibly just down to 10th at Bill O'Neill with 882. The number right now is at plus 929. Ostrander, Sterner, Kuba, O'Neill, and Andrew Anderson all still alive.
Well, Kuba in trouble because O'Neill's stepping up on the front 6 right now.
Good for Bill.
21 and 22.
Bad for Kuba.
And Graham Foss still struggling. That's the third member of that pair, and make it 7 in a row for Bill O'Neill.
That couldn't happen at a better time. O'Neill currently at 882. Simple math, he is 47 back. Kris going along at 208. Anderson coming off for ring 10. And another tap for Andrew. Beauty.
And A.J. Johnson has not conceded anything yet. He's right behind where you kind of put that hope line. By right behind, I mean almost 30 behind. And now a big split in the 7th. Asking how.
Sterner still with an outside shot. Only 27 back. Needs a game. Anderson trying to go around Marshall Kent. Got to think E.J. Tackett is safe, but question is, will he hold on to the lead? Tom Barrett currently shooting 214 through 8. And O'Neill on a string.
I believe Phil has gotten us a look. Here's Bill O'Neill.
Nice. Atta boy, William.
That was his 9th. Front 9 for Bill O'Neill.
Are you sure?
Yes. Or was that 8?
8.
So no.
21 and 2? Yeah, front 8.
Yep. Front 8.
Sterner's hopes dwindling. .245 max if he goes to the wall. And again, comes up high. .243 max for Tackett. Whoa. Ball went sideways. O'Neal, 9th frame. Perfect. Attaboy. O'Neal with a perfect 300 game in round number 2 and looking for a little help to get into the step ladder finals. Again, only 47 out, but he could get rich here in the 10th frame. Oh my goodness. What a great break that was for Kris Vai, kicking the late 10 out. And a nice game for Hoope, 258.
So Vai will not be able to get 20 pins here, but he can get 10. Sterner's max 234. Vai can get to 238. And there's another break for you.
What an incredible 10th frame for Kris Vai. Sterner can do nothing but watch. And now Sterner, no chance of picking up bonus pins. As Kris Vai trips the late 10 and then trips a 4-pin. Unusual trip on the 4-pin. And Jason keeps going through the nose. At some point, Jason's got to ask himself, when do I start opening up my angles? But it might be too late now for Jason Sterner.
Kris Vai gets a 20 bonus.
No, sir, 10.
10, yes. Kris Vai defeats Jason Sterner. Mitch Hoope defeats them both. Hoope gets 20. Vai gets 10. Sterner finishing up, and then we'll have Bill O'Neal's 10th frame. He is awaiting his turn as Sterner cleans up the spare. Understandably displeased. .238 plus 10 for Kris Vai. Now, Bill O'Neal on the front 9. After grand foul. In a row for Bill O'Neal. Just one game remaining in qualifying before we cut to the top 5. And O'Neal with a big game just a couple games ago, and now chance for an even bigger game. 2 strikes away from perfection.
Seriously? Wow. Well, it's still a great game, and it was perfect timing for Bill O'Neill. He's going to take away 109 pins going into position round, but that was a crappy break, to say the least.
Yeah.
And I say crappy only because I can't say the other word.
289 for Bill O'Neill. And we will take a short break as players are reseated for position round. And they will get some practice. And we'll be right back with position round in game 8.
Yeah, one of my best ever.
Hey, good luck. One more game to go, and hopefully the step ladder.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are calculating scores through 7 games. We will have a position round in just a few minutes. The number 1 seed will be on 15 and 16. The next 3, 4, 5, and 6, 17 and 18, and 7th, 8th, and 9th will be on 11 and 12. They're going to be staggered out. Going into our final game and position round. Scores will be announced here in just a minute. If all PBA pros can come to the paddock, please. All PBA pros to the paddock. Thank you. Marshall and Matt, please go to the paddock.
come to the front desk, please.
Bowlers, your lanes are on for practice. I'll give you 3 minutes of practice. Ladies and gentlemen, while the bowlers are practicing, on lanes 15 and 16 is our first, second, and third place bowlers. There's only 38 pins separating those three bowlers. On the other pair, 17 and 18, 9 and 10, and 11 and 12, there's only 71 pins separating all those bowlers. Keep in mind, they are getting bonus pins. With a high game of the pair, 20 pins. The second high game, 10 pins. So anything can happen this last game. You got 2 minutes left in your practice. top 5 for our stepladder format beginning at 3 p.m. this afternoon. And bowlers, when your scores are ready, you may begin your final game of the semifinals. And ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice send-off for all of our semifinals?
Ultimate game of qualifying. Going to soon determine our top 5 for the stepladder finals coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Jeff Goodger with Phil Brylow, PBA Hall of Famer Randy Peterson. And Randy, looks like 2 spots up for grabs and a lot of players who can get there.
7 players for 2 spots. In 6, Lochetter's only 11 back. Right behind him is Marshall Kent, 13 back. Ostrander, 26 back. And then Jason Sterner, 51 back. Matt Kuba, 54 back. Going to be an exciting position round finals. What's interesting is on our first pair, featured pair, EJ Tackett, Don Barrett, Kris Vi, all high rev guys. Right next to them, Bill O'Neill, Andrew Anderson, Chris Loschetter, all medium rev guys. I think that man there is going to be hard to overtake, though. That's just my opinion.
Oh, don't forget, Vi was just on this pair in Game 7 as well. So he gets a little bit of a repeat performance. Could it be a bit of an advantage for him as the game goes on?
Great question. I think he shot like 233 the last time on this pair. And there's a look at Greg Ostrander standing in front of the ball return. Big, powerful guy from Freehold, New Jersey. And unlucky to start. The Dominator. Loschetter, ring 10 to start for him. And here's Tackett. That right lane looks like it's pretty cooked to the right. Like the ball wants to stand up very quickly. Oh no. Young Anderson swishing 8-10. And here's Kris Vi. The two-handed gym rat from Springfield, Ohio. EJ Tackett's top spot not safe. Don Barrett 33 back. Kris Vi 38 behind. And with the 20 bonus pins for being the high score, anything's possible. Marshall Kent loves to loft it. Very good at that. 13 behind the 5th and final spot. Phil Brylow, you're going to have to do a lot of math this game.
I've got the shoes off. Toes ready to count.
Perfect. And it's always great when you have 6 toes instead of 5.
Just like a Hemingway cat.
Well done, Phil.
That was a good comeback. .24 games total on 3 different hole patterns, all 39 feet in length. And culminating with this last position round game. And a great shot and a good start for Bill O'Neill. Remember, I said all O'Neill needs is a break. And we'll see if he catches one this game. EJ Tackett will make a move on the right lane where he went high. Kris Vi knows what this right lane does. Still doesn't matter. However, what a great break. Remember the last game where he tripped that late 10, then he tripped the 4-pin, and now that Brooklyn crossover for 3 in a row. Andrew Anderson in trouble early. All right, Tackett now on this right lane that curves a lot. Found it.
Did he pick up the speed on that one, Randy?
It looked like he just moved deeper. Without my trusty Kegel Specto, I can't really tell you if the ball speed was any faster or not, Phil.
You don't travel with that anymore?
They don't make a travel size yet. I'm still waiting for Kegel to send me my travel size Specto. And I could just plop right there on the gutter cap and have it transfer the information to my phone. And then I could have told you. There's the right lane and the curve. Got Dom Barrett here in the 4th frame. Loschetter looking for a double. Oh, man. At least you got the 10 out. Anderson after back-to-back open frames. And a good cover for the Loche. Tackett now, left lane, looking for 3 in a row. Oh boy. Talking to a player rep earlier, Tim Mack, he said when EJ Tackett can play in there with that ball, said he's almost impossible to beat. And Marshall Kent with a 3-bagger. Don't count him out. Only 13 back.
Marshall Kent started his day on that pair, 11 and 12. Started with 238. But that's a lot of changes to the lanes since that first game.
And that's what power does for you, folks. From 5th, 6th arrow, you can get the head pin to come across for a messenger. Lots of players standing in front of the ball return just to get deep. Holy smokes.
You should be happy to have 9 out of that shot.
No doubt. Shot. Off the open. Now Loschetter. Look at that messenger.
And Randy, it's not just the battle for making the top 5. It's that battle within the top 5 because every higher seed for each match gets to choose that lane pattern for the match they're in. So as each bowler comes on 3, 2, and 1, they get to choose that lane pattern for their match. So a huge advantage there for some of these players as well.
So like we could re-oil after every game?
There is a re-oil after every game, regardless if a player picks the same pattern or not. So the opening match, the number 4 seed will pick the pattern. Then there's a re-oil with the pattern the number 3 seed chooses for that second match. Semi-final match, a new pattern that the number 2 seed picks, and the same thing for the top seed. But they only get 2 practice balls on each lane when they come on.
Well, that's going to make things very interesting.
Yes, indeed. And that's why not just getting in the top 5 is important right now, but every seed gets their choice.
Remember I was talking about breaks for O'Neill?
Yeah.
That may be the one that gets him into the top 5. Looked like he spun that one just a little bit. He was hoping for a break, trips the 7-10 out late, and it's another double. Marshall Kent needs it, gets it. Beauty, Loschetter. Now Don Barrett, can he figure out the right lane? Nope. O'Neill, capitalize on the double. The only thing he's thinking right now is keep this thing going. Big jump with that 289 last game before position round to move himself up into the 4th spot. Right now, Don Barrett is in trouble. Needs to hook a lot. Tackett attacking.
Keeps his advantage by at least a pin over Vi in that match.
No. Good shot by Loschetter. Big break for Kent last frame. And this time, not so much. Don Barrett likes the left lane. Right lane, really curving. See, Kris moved in and went to the air on the last shot, only to come up light and leave the 2-8. And no problem there. Ostrander ring 10, nothing going his way. And now Anderson, after back-to-back open frames to start, looking for his first double. Phil Brylow almost takes a header here in the booth. Too bad we didn't get that on camera. That would have been worth an Emmy. Tackett continuing to strike. Looks like he is going to lock up the #1 seed as Brylow heads out to find a medic. Great shot there by O'Neill.
I wish we had that on camera. Only you and I got to see that.
Not even sure what he was trying to do. Looked like a toddler falling out of a high chair.
That is exactly what it looked like. Kind of what it was.
Sterner hung on for so long in this event. Ran into trouble the last couple of games. Barrett looking for his first strike on that right lane and finally gets it. Gerber's just called looking for Brylow, trying to sign an endorsement deal. We kid because we love, Phil, you know that. Loschetter, a little love there on lane 18. And now Tackett just trying to put it away. Making it look so easy, as he does so often. Phil Brylow back in the booth.
Yeah, in the too late category, A.J. Johnson, front 8. He's got Matt Kuba in the same pair. Kuba can still shoot 269, but he's 54 behind Andrew Anderson coming into this game. That could be a lot of bodies to try to pass, even with the 269 game. And he may only get 10 bonus spins if A.J. Johnson keeps striking, so that could affect it even more.
What did you say Kuba was shooting?
269 if he strikes out in the 9th and 10th.
Got our first FloBowling Deadwood clear. Monumental moment. Now back to the action.
I did like O'Neill's form on that Deadwood clear.
Oh, Bill's a veteran, yeah.
Slow, sure. Make sure the ball enters the gutter immediately.
Right now, Don Barrett is in the 180s. He's going to get passed by a lot of guys. But I still think he's going to make the top 5. E.J. Tackett is going to be your leader.
Tackett, potential 280.
Somebody else got it down there. Was that A.J.?
That's Jay. AJ's number 9.
He had a 300 game in the second round of qualifying yesterday. We showed it to you earlier here on Extra Frame. Now O'Neill. Oh my. Great shot by William. Jeez. Tackett just slinging wood like he normally does. Big shot here by Marshall Kent, working on a strike, trying to get in. Looking to go around Andrew Anderson. Whoa, 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 whoa. Rewind and reload. Kris Via, possible 257. And looks like he will overtake Don Barrett for second, but no way catching E.J. Tackett. Anderson's still alive, but barely.
Unofficially 1179 to the plus for Tackett. With 20 bonus.
Great shot by O'Neill. O'Neill desperately trying to hang on to the top 5. This man trying to get in. Look out. Oh no. Oh no. Kris Via will be your number 2 seed. And Loschetter. Beauty there. 249 possible for Loschetter.
Johnson does not get the first one in the 10th, so his run of perfection's over. He can get a couple of spots back on the prize list, though, from where he was sitting in 11th.
Anderson's in trouble, guys. Marshall Kent can shoot 240. Kris Loschetter can shoot 240. Andrew Anderson max score 210. Big shot here for Bill O'Neill.
11-19.
There it is.
11-19 for Vi to the plus.
There it is for O'Neill. That puts him in the 230s. Bill O'Neill is locked.
And a 193 max with 0 bonus for Barrett. And take that to 183 with a conversion. So that leaves Dom at 1040 if he converts.
This is going to come down to this man who ring 10's first ball and Marshall Kent, I do believe.
Don Barrett finishes 183.
So that is plus 1040 for Barrett.
And great comeback for Bill O'Neill last 2 games to get himself into the top 5 stepladder finals. but I do believe it's going to come down to Loschetter and Marshall Kent, and I think Marshall Kent needs the second hit in the 10th frame. Stand by for that.
So 253 for O'Neill.
Marshall Kent was in the 9th frame. He needs this strike, I do believe, to make it.
Loschetter first.
Wow. What a shot. Remember that he was 2 pins behind Loschetter, but that puts Marshall in the 220s. Loschetter shoots 227 and picks up 10 more. Gives him 37 to the good.
1,000 even.
Which puts him at 1,000 even. Marshall Kent is at 230 now.
That's going to put him past.
Could pick up 20. He's going to go past Loschetter. There's 240. So he's going to pick up 60 plus. He's going to go past Loschetter.
And he's not going to get past Barrett. Barrett's at 1040.
Correct. So it looks like Marshall Kent, unless we missed Ostrander or Matt Kuba. But
Ostrander struggles.
I don't think Matt Kuba can catch him now.
Kuba could have 269 max, so that's no way.
Can't catch him. So it looks like Marshall Kent, Don Barrett, Bill O'Neill, Kris and E.J. Tackett. Is that what you have?
That's what I have, sir.
Exciting position round finale.
Yeah, I have Kent the number at 1030, our 5 seed. And Bill O'Neill will get to choose the pattern for that opening match as the 4 seed.
Get the official introduction of the top 5 after all bowling is complete. And then we will take a short break here on Extra Frame on FloBowling, and we'll be back at 4 p.m. Eastern Time for the Step Ladder Finals, live from Aurora. PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open continues 4 p.m. Eastern.
Gentlemen, here's your top 5. Finishing in our 5th position from Yakima, Washington, Marshall Kent. His opponent in that first match, finishing 4th from England, Don Barrett. The winner of that match will meet our number 3 qualifier from Langhorne, Pennsylvania, Bill O'Neill. And the winner of that match will meet our number 2 qualifier from Springfield, Ohio, Kris. And finally, the winner of that match will meet our tournament leader from Huntington, Indiana, E.J. Tackett. Remember, our stepladder format starts at 3 p.m.
Bowling and use your league scores to win cash in our daily tournaments and contests. Choose a contest, bowl in your weekly league, and submit scores right into your app. Take your league experience to the next level and win huge cash prizes against other league bowlers from all over the country. Download X Bowling from the App Store or Google Play and use promo code WIN3X to win 3 times cash back on your first deposit. Start now and join the X Life.
They say bowling is a dying sport.
A dying sport.
I disagree. I disagree.
I disagree.
I disagree.
I disagree.
BowlerX.com for the love of bowling.
He looks good. He looks good. It's over now.
Live from Parkside Lanes in Aurora, Illinois, the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open Stepladder Finals begin in mere moments. Players just beginning their practice. Jeff Goodger with PBA Hall of Famer Randy Peterson. And Randy, as we begin for the top 5 stepladder here, very unique format for this event culminating.
Yeah, it really is. So not only do we use 3 different oil patterns throughout competition, but now for the stepladder finals, the highest seed in each match gets to choose one of those 3 patterns, and there will be a re-oil after each and every game, even if a player chooses the same pattern. Also, the players coming on will only get 2 practice shots on each lane, so no chance to build a shot or burn up a spot. This is going to be very interesting.
And everybody trying to get to that title match. One guy already in the title match is our top seed, E.J. Tackett.
E.J. Tackett was definitely the man to beat, and we kind of saw that throughout the 24 games of qualifying to get to this point. He dominated on all 3 of the patterns, and each pattern just seemed to fit his eye and his game perfectly.
And the practice on the lanes, Marshall Kent and Dom Barrett. That will be our opening match, 4 versus 5.
E.J. Tackett led by 80 pins over Kris. Marshall Kent finishing up his 24th game in grand fashion by throwing a double to secure the 5th and final spot. Dom Barrett struggled, though, in his 8th game, falling from 2nd to 4th. We are going to start with 39 feet, and it's Chameleon. All 3 patterns, 39 feet in length. And Dom Barrett, the higher seed, chose this Chameleon oil pattern.
Position round, Randy, we saw Dom struggling quite a bit in that final game. Ended up dropping him down to this 4th spot. And Marshall Kent with the big finish to get in.
Dom Barrett, not only does he get to choose the oil pattern, he gets to choose starting lane and where he wants to finish this match. And again, after each game, we will re-oil. Marshall Kent looked like he was throwing urethane early. 2 practice balls on each lane. Very unique tournament, unique stepladder finals. Hard to predict what the scoring pace will be based on that, but if I were to make a prediction, I'd say probably medium. And here is 25-year-old Marshall Kent to start things off. And no problem with the 3-6-7. Now Dom Barrett from England. And the soft 10 on the right lane. Some of our other finishers: Kris Loschetter finished 6th, Andrew Anderson 7th, Matt Kuba 8, AJ Johnson 9, Jason Sterner 10, and I got to mention our good buddy Greg Ostrander, who had a nice week, finishing 11th. Simonsen right behind him in 12th, Kyle Sherman 13th, Kurt Pilon in 14th, and Cameron Doyle and Tommy Jones rounding out the top 16. Look out. And not a very good break there, going Brooklyn and kind of squashing the 10.
Get another look here.
Left a target, no hold, and 10 pin standing. We'll give Don Barrett a spare there in the second. There we go. And now Marshall Kent. See if he gives this one a little bit more room. Beauty. Now, even though the players only got 2 practice balls on each lane for the start of this game, they had plenty of practice down on our practice pairs to the left of 27 and 8. So they're warmed up, and they've bowled on all 3 of these patterns. A lot of bowling already today. So it's not an issue of being warmed up. It's an issue of how this pair is going to play with very little breakdown to start.
Marshall Kent with the first strike of the match in the second frame. Now up in the third.
Almost. Good sign, though, because that looked like it was just a pinch inside a target. And it just leaves the 4-pin. The shaker 4 right here almost goes. Marshall Kent really coming into his own last year in an extra frame event in Lubbock, Texas, where he came away with the victory.
For most of the round today, Randy, we were a bit surprised by the scores being as good as they were. Expected much worse. And now in this stepladder final match, is there any reason to even predict what the scores may be?
I think they're going to be lower. I think they're going to be tougher because it's fresh. Not a lot of practice, not a lot of transition. Don Barrett striking in the third, 6-time winner on the tour, and won this year's Japan Invitational for his latest title.
He's won titles, PBA titles, in 4 different countries.
Really good. You can see the location out of his hand looked perfect from the get-go. And then the great release of Don Barrett makes that ball check up and get to the 1-3 perfectly. Now Marshall Kent with strikes in the 4th and 5th can regain the lead. Beauty.
Both players looking fairly confident in the last couple shots, Randy.
You know, I agree. I mean, as soon as it leaves your hand and your eyes look up to see the location, you have a pretty good idea of what it's going to do. He knew it immediately, left the target. It's one of our online viewers, Bill Schenner. Bill Schenner, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Bill. Brought up a very interesting point. Typically what we see when we oil the lanes is that, and a good conversion there, is that we like to see that oil sit for a bit. We like to see it sit and kind of settle. With each re-oil for the stepladder finals, I'm guessing there is no wait time. They re-oil, you get your 2 practice balls, and they go.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very interesting to see what happens to that oil pattern.
Also interesting, the re-oil regardless of what the pattern is. Everybody could choose this same pattern, and they'll still get a fresh application.
Yep. Barrett for 3 in a row now. Gets it into that swish zone and shreds the rack. That's what power will do for you. That's why players put revolutions on the bowling ball these days. That and messengers look really cool.
Well, yeah.
Chicks dig the messengers.
Barrett for 4 in a row.
And pin got in the way of that one. Another good shot here by Dom. Head pin goes to the sidewall and then gets interfered with. And this to maintain a 19-pin lead. Well done. And now Marshall Kent stepping up, needs to double to apply a little pressure. This former Rookie of the Year back in 2014 has had recent struggles in televised appearances, stepladder finals. He has made 4 top 5 appearances this season. Boy, that looked good as soon as it left the ball return.
Yes. Look at the confidence in Marshall Kent on this shot. You mentioned former Rookie of the Year. Kent, one of 3 Rookies of the Year on this show. 60% of our stepladder finalists.
It's great math. I don't know how you do it.
Neither do I. Marshall Kent looking for a double.
Big shot here. Give it some room to the right. Nope, it's up the lane again. Yep. Needs to give it more room to the right. Maybe it's just a matter of moving his feet left, leaving his target the same and increasing angle on that lane. But the good news for Marshall Kent, he only has one more shot on the left lane. Bad news, he's trailing by 18 with a spare here.
Gets the spare as expected. You could see Bill O'Neill off in the distance for a moment there as he gets warmed up for the next match. Winner gets Bill O'Neill on Bill O'Neill's choice of pattern and choice of starting lane. Barrett gets them all.
Well, he's figured out the pattern pretty quickly, and all it is now is execution. And that shot executed perfectly. He knows what he needs to do. Now it's just a matter of brain and body working in sync. Big break. Left lane looks like it hooks more too. It looks like Dom's deeper on that lane. This one had a little loft to it. It was up the lane just a bit, but I think that loft kind of helped it hold its course a little bit longer and chips the 410 out late. Marshall Kent right now thinking one thing and one thing only. I have to strike out. Right lane, not an issue for Marshall Kent as he struck every time on that lane. This might be a good 4-board, 5-board to the left move with his feet. Maybe 1 or 2 with target. Open up the angles a little more through the front on that left lane that appears to be a little drier. Marshall asking for a re-rack.
Re-rack granted. Get 2 per game.
You know, on television, they do that for you. You don't have to press the button. Just saying.
Should I go down there and
do
it for him?
Can't you tell Phil? Send him a text.
Phil is the distance of this lens to Marshall Kent away.
I mean, Phil, you're standing right there. Marshall's going to the ball change on this lane. See how this works. Well, what's good for one is good for the other. Marshall tripping out the big 4 and catching his first double, setting up the 10th frame for Marshall Kent from Yakima, Washington. This is a nice break here, though. Hey, he was gutsy enough to make the change. Made a decent enough shot. 4, 6, 7, 10 goes last. But this is all about Dom Barrett stepping up right here and claiming victory here in match number 1. One more strike here. Dom will be in the high 230s. He would need just a mark in the 10th frame with good count. Marshall Kent, max score 230. Dom Barrett, max score 258.
How good was that, Randy?
Well, all I could do was watch between the crack in his legs to see the ball actually flush the 1-3. But since we're going to Fox, I'll use a term that Rob Stone would use, and that was a 10-pin party in the pit. Thanks for that, Rob.
I'm sure Rob is watching from Russia right now.
I'm sure Rob is definitely watching from his vantage point not far from the Kremlin as he covers the World Cup in Russia.
Now Dom Barrett, 10th frame to lock up this match and move on to face Bill O'Neill.
Yeah, any mark and good count right here. Look out. Not over yet, folks.
That is not a gimme.
That could have been disastrous. Right through the face, leaving the 3-6-10. And no gimme spare here. Very easy to chop. Nicely done. Keep it on the lane. Dom, you need 3. I'm sorry, that is incorrect. We have to add the 7 in there. You need 6. Straight ball down the middle. Works for me. Don Barrett moving on. He will take on Bill O'Neill.
Marshall Kent will fill out his 10th frame for official scoring purposes. Bill O'Neill will declare the lane pattern. We will re-oil the lanes. Each player will get 2 shots. And we will be back with our next stepladder match, Bill O'Neill versus Dom Barrett, coming up next.
Congratulations, Dominic, moving on. One more round of applause for Mr. Marshall Kent. Number 3 seed who will face Dominic Barrett comes from Langhorne, Pennsylvania. This gentleman won the Rookie of the Year in 2006. He won the 2010 U.S. Open. He has 9 titles in total. Mr. Bill O'Neill. our second match. Bill O'Neill has chosen the PBA Bear pattern. For everybody that's standing over here, if you'd like to come sit down over here, there's plenty of seats. That was our first match. We got a few matches to go. So I need to get a handful of 10 people to come sit over in these chairs for me, please. Handful of 10 people.
Rachel, we got a winner? You got a number? Ball winner? Yes. What was the number?
The winner of game 1's ball raffle is Carter Carson with a score of 461. We'll take care of you in a little bit, all right? I'll give you a ball for a free adjustment from your dad. How's that? His dad is my chiropractor. He's been here all weekend for all the players, so thank you so much. He's also a big sponsor of this event, so thank you, Eric.
Rachel, practice.
Again, we need scorecards for game 2 for the ball raffle for the second game. Make sure you turn those in before the game starts. Again, if we can keep the flash is off the cameras, please, and cell phones on vibrate.
Bill O'Neill, Dom Barrett coming up, finishing their 2 practice shots on each lane right now. Randy, Bill O'Neill has chosen the bear pattern.
We'll see how that works out, but Bill O'Neill was so clutch the last couple of games, coming out of the stretch in the last 8 on this pattern. So he's probably working that good juju right now and hoping that it can take him the rest of the way up the ladder.
And we had a chance to talk with Bill right after qualifying, and we'll take a look at that right now.
You just made the finals in the brackets. You made a kind of pretty good push today. How'd that feel?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, it was a slow start. Pulled 180 the first game out of the gate and made a bad decision on how to play the lanes, and then, changed balls, and I used the same ball the rest of the way. And I didn't even really look at the scores most of the day. I knew I needed a big one, so I wasn't really paying attention too much. And then, it was good to bowl a good game the last game there. I mean, I've had a couple close calls this year making step ladders, so it was nice to bail out a big one there.
What's your mindset now going into, you get rid of all the pins, get rid of all the bonus. Now it's just mano a mano. What's your mindset change?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be too cliche, but really, I mean, it's just one shot at a time. You can't get. One thing I know from bowling a lot of these is that you can't get too high and too low in the early part of these matches. Anything can happen, and it's only one game, so you really gotta live by every shot and stay focused on that particular shot.
Match about to begin. Jeff Goodger, Hall of Famer Randy Peterson, now also joined by Marshall Kent.
And Marshall, thanks for stopping by after your match with that man right there. Talk about how difficult it was to go into that opening match with only 2 practice balls on each lane.
Well, it's not usually too bad going to a match with 2 practice balls in each lane, but when 3 out of the 4 shots are marginal at best, it's kind of hard to get a read of the pair. And so the right lane I obviously favored, but the left lane I just never trusted myself and never really figured it out.
And it looks like in your match, and also with this shot right here by Dom and the opening shot of the match against Bill O'Neill, it looks like the left lane hooks more. Did it hook more in your match?
It definitely hooks more. I'd probably say it hooks 3 or 4 more at least. And like I said, when I made the moves, I just never trusted my shots to get to the right and hook back. So everyone was over my left toe, and I could never get a read on how much more 27 hooked exactly.
Do you think this pattern's going to play all that much different than the pattern you bowled on?
I think it's going to play. I think they're going to play similar zones, but I think it's a flatter pattern, so they're going to play tougher. So this match is going to come down to shot execution and maybe a break or 2 down the stretch. And I think Dom's looking like he's feeling pretty comfortable on the pair. He knows the pair, he knows the pattern, and I mean, I expect this to be a pretty close match.
That's a pretty good shot there. And we've been talking about Bill O'Neill pretty much all day, and the changes that he's gone through with his physical game, and then how close he's been and how unlucky he's been this season. I remember we talked about Shota Kawazoe striking all 3 in the 10th to knock Bill out by 1 pin, and it just seems like that's kind of been the trend, and we've been talking about how O'Neill just needs a break or 2 to go his way to be back in the winner's circle. Your thoughts?
I completely agree with that. He's there every single tournament, but it just seems like someone throws a big game or someone strikes out or something to jump around him for the last spot on the show. Like, I've crossed with him for a couple events in February and watched it all happen. And you feel for him because he's bowling so well, and then just some freak thing happens and he misses the show.
Well, both players off to a perfect start in this match. Which lane is the better of the 2, Marshall?
See, if you're asking me, I'm going to say the right lane because I didn't miss on that one. But it really depends on what you're looking for. If you want a spot to hook it or a spot for it to come off of, I think 27 is a better lane. But I think 28 has a little more defined hold to it, so it's really playing to your miss.
Look out. Whoa. That finished up in a good spot. High flush for Dom Barrett and the front 3. How many boards different for you from 27 to 28?
I think it's 3 or 4.
3 or 4 with your feet?
Yeah, 3 or 4 with the feet, I'd have to say.
Okay. O'Neill looking to tie it up here early. How's it look? Pretty good.
Very solid.
A great shot here by Bill O'Neill. It splits the 8-9 in half. Right underneath the Steve Jarris banner. Steve, 52 years of age, finishes 18th. So congratulations on a great week for you, Steve. How you doing letting that old man get in there?
He bowled really well. It was fun to watch.
The hooking lane.
There it is. Oh.
No. There it was.
There it was. And there it goes.
And we were talking just a few frames ago about O'Neill getting a good break.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a great break.
Now, a break's only a good break if you take advantage of it.
It's a great point.
Let's see if we can parlay it. See, it's one thing to cave the big four with one shot, but if you go up the next shot and wash out, it's not a good break anymore.
Agreed. And isn't it amazing in this sport how things work? Dom comes back with a great shot, ring 10. O'Neill, his shot trips out the big four late. And just like that, O'Neill has the lead. Both players have been on both sides of that, guaranteed.
Absolutely.
As has all of us.
Yes. It kind of stinks when you're on the worst end of it, but it all evens out over time.
Yeah, it sure doesn't taste very good when it's happening to you, that's for sure. O'Neill has to finish on that left lane.
The ones that crack me up are the ones that, let's say, cave a big four and then roll a 2-pin, and then the next one's like a solid 9. And then they come back and they say, I can't catch a break.
And they kick the ball return. Yeah. Drop an F-bomb as loud as you can.
Yes.
It's perfect. Look out.
There's that spot again.
So, Marshall, let me ask you this. Typically what we see when we oil the lanes is a lot of proprietors, a lot of lane men, they like to see the oil sit for a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So that the integrity of the pattern holds up.
Yes.
Well, we're not going to see that here today.
No.
So what's going to happen with these oil patterns?
I think the moves are going to be faster and they're going to be different than they have been all week. Because when you let a pattern sit and settle, it doesn't tend to move as much, and so you can gradually make like 2-1s, 3-2s. Whereas it looks like here, where, I mean, even though it's fresh, you're probably going to be moving every shot or every other shot. Even though it's just 2 on the pair, it's still settling while they're bowling on it. So not only do you have the movement of the pattern settling, but now you have the traffic of their bowling balls tearing up the lane.
It's a great point. Watch for that. Watch these players micromanage the adjustments. Does that need a hook? And just like you said,
What were we talking about?
it's only good if you can take advantage of it. That looked like it got a little bit right of target. Either that or it was just a pinch fast. And as lucky as he was on 27, this time not so much.
I think it might have been a combination of both. I think it's fast and right. If he throws at normal speed, it comes back in 2 pins at worst.
Now, does he move left on this next shot on the left lane?
I'd have to think so. Like I said, with the pattern settling and the traffic, I think you have to make your moves too fast rather than not fast enough. That looked more left.
No, that's terrible. Just a terrible break. As good as the last one was on this lane, this one is equally as crappy. And that's how you take advantage of back-to-back open frames given to you by your opponent.
I was just about to say the same thing.
What do you like about Dom Barrett's game?
Very simple, you know, not the most powerful, doesn't have the highest rev rate, doesn't have the highest ball speed, but I feel like him and I are similar in the sense that you kind of have to get creative with your shot shaping and your shot making and your ball selection, and that's one thing Dom is really good at. He's very good at manipulating the ball to see the shape that he likes to see, both in mid lane and down lane, and then on top of that, he's really good at ball selection. That's why he's able to compete week in and week out.
Left lane's going pretty quick, isn't it? 4-pin now, fast 8 on the left lane for Dom Barrett.
Yeah.
Looks like a pretty good shot here,
Yeah.
Marshall.
You can see it start to read probably a few feet sooner than the last shot, that lane. And I'm sure he made a move off that shot before too, and it's still overhooked.
I got a feeling that Bill O'Neill's going to double up here and make it interesting.
I think you're not wrong. Which I feel like I don't say that too often to you, but I feel like you're not wrong.
Thank you, Marshall.
Pretty good.
I'm halfway there to being right for once in my life.
There's a first for everything.
Like you buying a meal for someone else.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Ouch. Never buying you free breakfast again.
Marshall and I got to spend some time together in Japan last year. Went to 3 different military bases, Okinawa, Yokota, Misawa. Had a great time while we were over there. Big shot right here.
Pretty cool. Wow. Oh, oh!
Well, the good news is he catches another nice break on this lane. The bad news is he has to finish on this lane. Now, this is after a pocket 7-10.
This is a roller coaster of a game.
What a huge break that is for Bill O'Neill, setting him up for the 9th and 10th.
That is huge.
But nothing he can do if Dom Barrett strikes out. Bill O'Neill will finish the match first. He could sure give Dom a lot to think about.
Close.
Soft 10. Well, now Dom Barrett is in jeopardy of getting shut out. How hard is it to get to the pocket right now? On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the toughest.
Well, that's tough to say because they're making it look fairly easy.
Yeah, but you guys are good.
But on this pattern, in this certain situation, I'd have to give it probably, what, a 6?
Like it.
Seems fair.
Now, what's going to happen on this crazy left lane? I believe his last 2 shots were 4-pin fast 8.
Yes.
On the left.
See how many boards he moves to make up for it.
What's the move?
I'd have to move at least 3.
Okay. Up the lane, look out.
Didn't trust it.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I did all game.
And isn't that because of the uncertainty that if you do get it to the right, it may not hook back?
That's 100% correct.
Right?
You have to trust the move, but in the back of your mind, you're saying, what if I get the ball to the spot and at 2-8-10s?
Right.
Like that's kind of always a thought when you make a big move.
Right.
So then you make up for it by trapping it and making sure it gets to the head pin.
That's why I love bowling on the house shot back home, because if my ball goes high, I make the move, and I know if I get it to the right, it's going to hook.
Yes.
So it's that free willy, that free swing. But when a player's mind makes an adjustment, and then there's that slightest doubt in your mind that the ball may not get back if you get it to the spot, you'll never get it to that spot.
No, it's very rare that you'll get it there.
Now, O'Neill.
First shot in the 10th, a winner.
On the crazy left lane.
On the crazy left lane.
So, yeah, it's almost like you have to mind trick yourself into make the move and just pretend that anywhere right the ball's going to hook back from.
Yeah,
especially on the left lane where there's so much friction.
Yes. I guess another way to combat that, too, is move twice as much as you think you're going to, because that way if you do trap it, it's still got more of a chance to sit there and strike rather than what we saw in ducking up and going through the face.
For the win.
He made another move. That was a beautiful shot.
And he made a great shot. Wow. He aced that one. Watch this. Check out the balance after this shot here. Think he thinks that one's any good?
That was a no-doubter off his hand, that's for sure.
Without question.
He knew it too.
That was a 100%er. Bill O'Neill will advance to take on a non-winner on the national tour in Kris Vi. Does he stay with the same pattern for the next match? Oh, it's not his choice. I take that back.
Yes.
Does Kris Vi stay with that pattern? Or does he go with something completely different? Greg sitting next to you. Greg Ostrander shaking his head yes. Or nodding his head yes.
I don't see why he changed his pattern. Because Vi bowled pretty good today on that, didn't he?
Yes.
Well, obviously he's in second. He got to second, so he had to bowl pretty good.
He had like the third highest block on it.
Yeah.
Don Barrett finishing his 10th frame. Bill O'Neill advances to take on Kris Vi in the semifinal match. Jeff Goodger, Randy Peterson, Marshall Kent. Back shortly.
closest to was Penny Dyer. Come see me once the event finishes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to our number 2 seed from Springfield, Ohio. This young man has won regional title. He made the show in Coldwater, Ohio last year, finishing second to Rhino Page. He was the 2016 USA Amateur Champion, Kris. Kris has also selected the PBA Bear pattern. We will get the lanes on, and each competitor will both get 2 practice balls on each lane. Anybody wanting to win a ball per game, please get your scores in as soon as possible before the match starts. Rachel. We're good.
Semi-final match about to begin at the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. Bill O'Neill, having just defeated Dom Barrett, gets Kris, the number 2 seed. Jeff Goodger with Hall of Famer Randy Peterson, and now joined by Dom Barrett himself. And Dom, Kris choosing Bear right after you and Bill O'Neill played on Bear. What do you think about that?
Hi guys, yeah, thanks very much for having me. And yeah, we just mentioned it, right? Oh, Randy's touching my microphone.
We want to hear those beautiful, beautiful pipes of yours. So I was just getting that microphone a little bit closer.
Yeah, so thanks very much for having me. And yeah, we were just talking about it. I'm a little bit surprised that Kris has picked that pattern, considering Bill was just bowled on it. On the last one I just played on Bear against Bill, the left lane hooked about 5 more. And you can see actually how tight the right lane felt, but to me it felt more like the left lane hooked. Sometimes that feels like a bit of a difference, if that makes sense to anybody. But So that's going to probably be a factor this match as well, that Bill knows that, and Kris has just had 2 shots on each lane to figure that out. But, you know, if you've just bowled really well, like Kris has done all day on this pattern, and typically you can slow hook the bear a little bit better than you can some other patterns. I think that's why Kris has picked this pattern. But I'd definitely say advantage Bill right now, depending, you know, they've just been redressed. They could be a little bit tighter again. Left lane could hook even more. It's really hard to say, so we'll see how this plays out.
Are you surprised that Kris Vai chose to finish on the left lane?
Well, that's what we've all done so far. I think, you know, when you go up there and you get 2 shots warm-up, no one's going to feel that comfortable on each lane, that is. And the safest bet usually is to let your opponent finish, especially when, you know, these patterns they've all been pretty hard this week. They're not that easy. So if you need a double in the 10th, you'd probably rather go up and try and do that first and put the pressure on your opponent. But, you know, that being said, the left lane's typically trickier, so that might come down to his ball rep to have said that to him. But, you know, Kris, we're all pretty strong-headed, us bowlers. We want to do what makes us feel comfortable. And right now, I know that Bill feels more comfortable than Kris because Kris got 2 shots on each lane, that's it. Bill's had a game, even though they've been redressed. So you've got to try and do what makes you feel comfortable right now.
And a good start for Kris Vai. Owner of 1 regional title. He was a 2016 U.S. Amateur Champion and a 3-time member of Team USA.
I wasn't sure if you were asking me a question then. You're the stat guy.
Yeah, I was actually reading that.
You can read?
As far as you know.
I thought you were just one of the bowlers, and
it's a good thing you don't get paid to think.
All I know is I had to do a bit of decorating lately at home because we've got the baby on the way. I think my missus is at home watching. Hopefully she hasn't gone out and bought any more paint and wallpaper for me to put up.
Keep shopping. Dom just made plenty of money this week.
Enough to buy a bunch more diapers. We've got loads at home already, but apparently not enough.
Keep shopping. So, interesting shot on this left lane for Kris Vai. He gives it plenty of room, but comes back only for a 2-pin.
Yeah, I think he would have, figured out already that the left lane hooks. If he's already missed to the right like that and got those balls go long, then he already knows about the left lane.
Well, and my question is, how much was he watching the match that you had with Bill and the previous match? Because in both matches, the left lane hooked more.
I'm glad that somebody was watching, Randy.
I'm asking.
You do pay attention.
Well, it's my job. I have to. Wow.
So this is actually, Bill does like friction. He bowled really well last night. He bowled well today, especially when they get a little bit more burnt up. And the left lane already feels like it hooks more. It feels a bit more burnt up than the right. So I would definitely say the right lane is going to be trickier for Bill. But typically for everyone else, it's probably going to be the left lane. Even though he did have those 2 kind of fortunate strikes against me. But that's all in the past now.
Well, it's glad to hear that you're not bitter about it.
No, I think Bill deserves a break every now and then. He always looks like he's been, hard done by his whole life.
Oh, my gosh.
So I got invited for 3 frames. So there's 1 left. Randy said he can only come in for 3 frames. I don't want to take away his airtime.
You can stay as long as you want. In fact, you can have my job. O'Neill, left lane. He actually looks deeper now than he was in the 10th frame in your match, Dom.
Yeah, I think, thinking about the last couple of frames, he knows that Kris is going to be a lot further left than when I was. The strip and reel may have made them feel like they're even crisper. So that may have pushed Bill further left as well, and the right lane might have been trying to catch up in the right lane as well, but in my opinion, you can go as far left as you want on the left lane, is what I felt like at the end. But the right lane, you have to kind of get that hold going on. That makes sense. There's a lot of oil down lane on the right lane, so trying to play that shim with speed. So I think that's coming back. You can kind of see, if you can tell if that was a little bit slower, not a few mile an hour, but you can see if it was slower, you probably would be able to tell that ball would actually make it back. But that would be good speed on the left lane.
Right. I guess the question I'm having now is that quick reel, even with the same pattern, are they going to play tougher than they did with your match against Bill O'Neill?
So they definitely always play different. Pretty unlucky there. He wrapped it.
See if you can explain that to the people that are listening in, because all they're hearing is, in your match with Bill O'Neill, it was this pattern. In Bill O'Neill's match against Kris, it's the same exact pattern. How in the world could they possibly be any different?
Well, you know, I'm not the lane guy. I just bowl. But to me, it does always feel different. I mean, you can go home and practice, and you can put the same pattern down on a bunch of different lanes, and you can re-oil, but it's always going to feel kind of similar because you're in a similar environment. But here, we only bowled a game, so the machine may be taking more oil off the down lane part. I can't really explain that, and I definitely don't have the answers for it, but it definitely makes everything feel more amplified. So when a lane hooks more, it makes it hook more even more drastically than we were playing squads earlier. And when there's a lane that feels tight, then typically that lane feels tighter than it did when we were bowling earlier, and especially when you only get 2 shots on each lane. Now, we've been bowling 15 minutes practice with 3 on a pair, 4 on a pair. Now there's 2 on a pair, and they get 2 shots. So I think it's really good. I kind of really like that format as well, especially when the top seed has Bill in the right lane. So there's a bit more oil there, a bit tighter. Not more oil because, the machine put down the same amount, but this lane doesn't hook quite as much down lane because ball gets behind the head pin.
Well, that's his second pocket 7-10 in 2 games. I like your adjective or your definition of it. Just seems like everything is more amplified. So if the right lane's a little bit tighter to start, with the re-oil of the same pattern, it's going to seem even more so. The left lane we know hooks, and it looks like in this match it's actually hooking even more now.
And especially the fact, I think practice play makes a big difference. We usually get 10-15 minutes, and we can't change the pattern that much, but we can blend patterns out, and that's what we kind of do when we practice. We try to. So even that one that goes high, you can see how much earlier that ball picked up. Right. They tried to roll forward from that point, and that's why he went high and tripped the 4 pin. You can see it right around the arrows, I think. That wasn't the best angle to see that. Thanks, Jeff. But no, it's fine. But
hey, you want to trade jobs, Tom? He's an equal opportunist.
You can go bowl if you like,
Jeff. He's an equal opportunist. He gives it to both of us.
Yes.
I've almost won the Steve Nagy a couple of times. I don't know what you two are talking about.
You've never won the Steve Nagy.
I haven't. No, but been on the ballot a couple of times. And
yeah, that's because they didn't have enough names to fill the ballot, so they just started picking names out of a hat, and yours ended up on there.
I think you might be right with that. Yeah. The fact that Martin Larson won it once.
That is an absolute travesty and a joke.
That probably says more about us bowlers than it does about the nice people around the bowling community.
Martin Larson is way nicer than you.
He just spoke Swedish for a whole year, and no one understood what he was actually saying.
Exactly right. Everybody thought he was saying really nice things about everyone. Little did they know. And then all of a sudden, half the tour learned Swedish.
But my point is, we get to blend patterns out in practice, and it kind of, the left lane's always going to feel like it hooks more. But because we blend it, it doesn't feel quite as drastic as it does as it's playing as we're watching.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. Just not enough time. And I think that was the point of the stepladder finals when this was created by Sean Rash, which was not to allow anyone to create something or create an advantage.
Absolutely, and I think the fact that Sean picked, I travelled to this event from England, so there's only a limited amount of equipment I can bring. So the fact that Sean picked 3 patterns, all the same distance, but once we bowled on them a few games, they did feel kind of similar. Some had more oil, less oil, slightly different shapes, but you can see the difference in the stepladder final. My first match we played on Chameleon, and I could be a lot further right than I could be on the Bear. So what have we got? We've got Bill with a couple of opens, no doubles, struggling on the right lane. And we've got Kris, kind of a little bit in between. He 2-10'd on the right lane, and he keeps going high on the left lane.
22-pin match right now after 5.5. But O'Neill working on a strike.
Yeah, no, especially with the 2 early opens from Bill, and he's already bowled a game on the same pattern, you kind of expect a big finish from Bill now. Well, he just 7-10'd on this right lane, but you expect him now to figure this out, make a good shot. Pretty perfect there.
Oh, it's almost like he had a crystal ball.
Well, we're playing it on a delay, right? I saw that about 10 seconds ago.
This is pretty good here, though. Following it up on the right lane after that pocket 7-10, which if he would have carried that hit.
It's almost impossible to see what his move was, but you can only go by what I would have moved, like you would have moved. I probably would have just slowed down a little bit, maybe moved. You might even move one left to get away from sort of the carry down and the oil down lane, but it looked pretty good, didn't it?
Yeah, and it looks like he's even deeper on this shot on the left lane.
Yeah, he's sliding nearly in the left gutter now.
Doesn't like it.
Deja vu. Wasn't quite that bad against me. But at least Bill's celebrating it. And
oh, man, what an unbelievable break once again for Bill O'Neill. He did leave the pocket 7-10 in the 4th.
Yeah, he knows that he can't miss left in that lane. He knows that he needs to get the ball to the right, let the ball roll off it on the left lane. But the right lane, he's forcing his hand to make that move on the right lane, trying to make the ball hook. No, unfortunately, that's just quite a poor shot from Kris. Yeah, that wasn't one of Kris's best. It that wasn't much of anything. He knows that lane's tight. He knows he can't get it too far to the right. He knows he can't throw it hard. And unfortunately, it looks like he did all of those things. That is a makeable spare.
Dom, did the shot in the 7th frame by O'Neill affect Kris by?
Hope it didn't, I mean, if it did, that would just come down to experience and come down to, a match of bowling is 10 frames. It's not that one frame that's going to dictate who wins or loses. So hopefully it didn't. I'm going to go and say it didn't. I just think, it's still early in the game. Kris is in a commanding position, and he just threw a poor shot, unfortunately. But let's see what he can do on this one.
Beauty. Nice comeback after the washout in the 7th. Big, strong guy, gym rat, keeps himself in great shape, and Kris By is the real deal. Talking to tour rep Tim Mack.
One of your man crushes, is it?
No, I don't know Kris well enough yet, but
he's a good-looking guy.
It could get there.
I'm not sure if he's singles for all the ladies out there. He might be.
Big shot here for O'Neill, working on that 3-bagger. And that's how you parlay.
That was nice, yeah. So most of us bowlers aren't as good-looking as Kris, so.
Yeah, I know I'm not. Back in the day, though.
Back in the day what?
I could have given him a run for his money.
Who, you?
Me. Have you seen some of those 80 photos?
I haven't Google imaged you yet, no. Mankini?
Oh, my Lord. I told you he should have only stayed for 3 frames. O'Neill now in the driver's seat. 9th frame. Can lock this thing up right here. Left lane.
Great shot. Very good.
Game over. He's going to bowl E.J. Tackett for the title.
Oh, no, he still needs that mark, doesn't he? Because he can strike out. Kris can strike out for 209.
209.
So that's 234. So if he spares, it would be 210 with
Well,
good count. So come on.
All right.
You're a commentator. You're supposed to make it exciting for everybody, not tell him it's all over. It's not over. Anything can happen, but Kris needs to strike out.
It's 5 in a row for O'Neill. to have any chance, Kris needs to strike out.
You were telling us before you've been traveling a lot and you were a bit tired, but come on, make an effort. All right, Kris does need to strike out, though.
That looks good. Will this get interesting?
It could do, couldn't it?
And how easy it is to split, leave a washout or
and
a 210.
We're saying that Bill's favorite lane's the left lane. 710 on the right lane already.
Yep.
Had an open in the second frame, the 2-8-10.
Kris needs a double and good count.
Absolutely. You think he'll get it? You think Kris will put all the pressure on?
I think if he makes an adjustment on this left lane.
Well, he just flushed the last time.
I think he still needs to move before he throws his shot. Because I think the left lane breaks down like every other shot.
It does, yeah. I think you could be right. See what he does. A little bit in.
That one kind of rolled out and set. That was really good.
A little bit less volume potentially on that lane or less or down lane. If you get the ball to read the right way, the right angle for the fronts, just like that was pretty good.
Max score for Kris Vi, 209, 234 for O'Neill.
To say the younger guys get their ball through the pins unbelievably well, don't they?
Yeah.
Must strike. So that one just went a little bit further right, just got a little bit behind the head pin. And that's your game. Barring an awful count from Bill.
Pretty good shot, but the messenger in front of the 10. And now Bill O'Neill just needs to keep it on the lane. And have already been informed that EJ Tackett is going to pick the chameleon pattern for the title match.
That's the one that EJ bowled great on the first day. I think he used urethane, and he ran away from the rest of the field in the first day, I think.
Oh my.
Bill. Is that 6?
7.
7. So now he just needs 1. Is that right? Can I add up? That'll be 160, 171, 188, 195. He needs a spare now. He needs a spare. He's got 1.
He's going with a straight ball. Did he chop it?
Oh, Bill.
Wow. That was crazy. Crazy 10th frame. 71-91. And had to have this. Right?
Yeah, had to have it. Threw hard at it.
Yeah.
Got it. Clutch spare. Like we're saying, Bill's not a big fan of that lane.
Wow. He somehow fought through it. Don Barrett, thanks so much for your time. Best of luck in your future travels.
Right.
Best of luck to you and your wife with the new baby on the way.
Thanks very much, guys, for having me, and enjoy the title match.
Jeff Goodger, take us to break.
Championship match coming up. EJ Tackett versus Bill O'Neill on the chameleon pattern in mere moments.
they throw, when they throw anything at 28 on the left, it's open. No, we can't see it. We need you guys to look us down. If we ask how many, like we put up how many figures, how many we think is up. Yeah, you gotta put up the 6 or the 4. Yeah. We can't see it too much to the left. I think we gotta look at the 5. On the left of the 5. What's that? Yeah, he's doing the last. You gotta do the last spin still. What's up? Tackett and
with a score of 425. Come see me once we're done. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time for our championship match. I'd like to introduce you to the two gentlemen from Langhorne, Pennsylvania. This gentleman has 9 titles, the 2010 U.S. Open and the 2006 Rookie of the Year, Mr. Bill O'Neill. Our #1 seed picked the PBA Chameleon pattern. He's from Huntington, Indiana. He was the 2012-13 Rookie of the Year, the 2016 PBA Player of the Year. He has 2 majors, the 2016 World Championships and the 2017 Tournament of Champions. E.J. Tackett.
O'Neill and Tackett finishing their practice championship match coming up momentarily. Jeff Goodger with Randy Peterson, now joined by Kris Vi, coming off your match with Bill O'Neill. And what happened there, Kris?
Well, threw some pretty bad shots there in the kind of middle part of the game. The 210 and the super washout. I've really been working on my tempo, trying to get a little bit slower. And, I guess, adrenaline just kind of got a little fast, and kind of old habits creep back in a little quick, and it leads to leak out to the right. And, it is what it is.
Right lane couldn't do that on it. On the left lane was okay because there was so much friction on that left lane. But, Kris, I'm going to ask you now that the players are going to switch patterns now. EJ has chosen Chameleon, and we saw him starting with urethane with a ton of surface. What do you think is going to happen to this pattern? You bowled on this pattern earlier in the week. In fact, I think it was the first pattern you qualified on. What do you see happening on this pair with this pattern?
Well, EJ actually, I think he used urethane all 8 games on this pattern, so he was able to stay pretty far right and just throw it as hard as he wanted. I got it to stand up in the first 15, 20 feet, and then it just took a beeline to the pocket. So I think he honestly might stay out of Bill's way. Bill's going to play left. Depends on where Bill's break point. If he's trying to get it to, 6, 7 down lane, he might see some wiggle in the later part of the game.
Tackett having O'Neill start this match.
What's the biggest difference, this pattern versus the bear that you just bowled on?
They actually all played very similar. I think the bear had a little bit more recovery to the right,
okay.
Which is kind of funny because I didn't see it on the right lane at least. But,
at least on this bear.
Yeah, but I think the angles need to be a little bit more square on this pattern to start at least.
Okay.
And then, they opened up all pretty similar. But I think, this one you can play a little bit further to the right and kind of jam it in there.
We'll see what strategy Bill O'Neill goes with here, as he will start the match, which means he will finish the match on the right lane. And it looks like EJ Tackett's going to go with that sanded urethane ball and throw it really hard at the pocket.
And if you notice, Bill, same ball.
Yep. And way in.
Yeah, that lane hooks a ton. So it might just be on that lane. We'll see what he does when he goes back to the right lane.
Oh, did he? Okay, thanks. Same ball I think, sir. And guys, Sean Rash just came by and told me that prior to the start of this match, that Bill O'Neill actually hit that bowling ball with an Aberlon pad to freshen up the surface. EJ Tackett averaging 229 for the 24 games of qualifying to get to this point, by far the high average of the rest of the players in the field. Kris, you were only 3 pins behind, a little less than 3 pins behind him a game. So you held your own against former player of the year, and this guy at age 25 is already Hall of Fame eligible.
Yeah, he is a heck of a bowler. He's good when he needs to be, too.
So what do you think that sanded urethane ball is going to do to Bill O'Neill's reaction?
Well,
you think he's far enough away from it?
I'm not sure. I'm shocked how far left EJ is with it. He was much further right during qualifying with that, so there may be a little bit of OB he's trying to kind of stay away from. But where he's at, it may have a little effect on Bill's ball later in the game. Might see some wiggle down lane.
Because of the carry down, because of the urethane?
Yeah, absolutely.
And the left lane is hooked more throughout every match. And even with the urethane ball, is that what EJ is seeing on that left lane?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it's super early, and the lane just hooks a ton.
Wow, what a start. Ring 10 and then stone 9 for Bill O'Neill. But I'll tell you what, he's had some really good things go his way. Happened in your match, happened in the match before yours. And as a player, when you're bowling in a step ladder finals and you see that as you're making your way up the ladder, a lot of times you start to get a little feeling about, hey, this is finally going to be my day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when those things start happening, it's kind of like, it's meant to be for you that day. So we'll see if he takes advantage of it.
Well, really good opening 2 shots for Bill. And all he has to do is figure out how to strike when he gets to the pocket. He did win a title earlier this year, but it was a doubles title with partner Jason Belmonte. And I've always said that winning doubles is all about picking the right partner, seeing how all of my regional titles, all doubles titles. Look out.
Yeah, and that one was actually left of his first one, and it wiggled. I mean, that honestly, EJ's only thrown, 3 shots on that lane, 2 practice and 1 in match play, and it may already be a factor. With how much surface he had on that urethane, it really blew up the front, so you have to get away from it, which is what Bill is doing, but getting your ball to recover back from that down lane, it's tough.
And you would think that it would take more than 3 shots for Bill O'Neill's ball reaction to go away, or EJ Tackett create enough carry down to affect Bill O'Neill. So we'll have to wait and see if his next shot on that lane reacts the same way.
Shot there. Yeah, EJ's rev rate will actually amplify kind of the carry down. It happens a little bit quicker, with the if the person has a higher rev rate.
Now, what's the move for him on the left lane?
I think just a better shot.
Okay.
It looked dead left off his hand. Was able to get 9 out of it. We'll see if he just makes a better one.
Looks like he threw it harder.
Yeah, and he kind of got it through the front part of the lane. Got it over the early hook. That's what I was curious about. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it back around the corner. And he was able to strike there, obviously, but the ball didn't go through the pins very well.
Good enough to strike. I mean, he literally chucked that down the lane and split the rack in half. And that's what you do. You take advantage of the opening given to you by your opponent. It's exactly what EJ Tackett has done. Hang again. And this one's ugly. It looks like 2-7-10. And again, I'm going off of a monitor, but a little bit right of target, doesn't get back. Wow. And so much talk about the bowling balls, but nobody ever talks about the damage urethane does to an oil pattern. And I'm wondering right now if we're seeing what's happening to O'Neill because of the urethane ball from Tackett.
Yeah, the left lane I could definitely see. I think it's just that right lane, that 28. If it's going right, it has a hard time making it back around the corner. So we'll see what Bill does on this left lane. See if he can get it back around the corner.
Ball change, and
Yeah.
Brooklyn.
Weird stuff out there. Tackett looking for a turkey and a big lead.
Yeah,
Randy just left.
The ball is not going through the pins very well.
That was very interesting. I mean, that was the 8-10, the flat 8-10 with the 10 getting kicked out by the 6-pin. The good news for Tackett is I think it's probably pretty easy for him to keep the ball in the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Spare for Tackett. And Kris Vi, want to thank you for your time for these 5 frames.
Thank you very much for having me.
Kris, thank you so much. Keep up the great bowling.
Absolutely, thank you.
And Kris Vi finishing 3rd in this event here in Aurora. And now we are Jeff Goodger and Randy Peterson being joined by tournament host Sean Rash.
Guys, we have a pretty good match so far. I know Tackett's got a quick lead here, but I think anything can happen.
Ooh. Sean, what do you see going on out there with one urethane ball going down the lane and then O'Neill with reactive?
Well, I see EJ playing his strengths, keeping the ball in front of him, controlling the lane, controlling the pocket. When I went down and asked him what pattern he was going to pick, he said he was taking Chameleon because he could throw urethane away from him, and it would stay on line. It wouldn't get, wouldn't wiggle. Where Bear, if he threw it away, it was kind of iffy. There was so much friction in the middle to start, and with reactive on the Chameleon pattern, throwing it right kind of wiggled, and you're seeing that with Bill on the right lane. Even though the right lane is tighter today on this championship finals. Just explaining to some people already, just being the local pro here, that the left lane does hook more. So it doesn't matter what pattern we put out there, the left lane hooks more.
O'Neill's tried 3 different balls now in 5.5 frames, and he's completely lost. He's probably running into a little bit of the carry down created by the urethane, Sean?
Yeah, absolutely. The urethane makes the front hook a little bit more, makes the reactive see it. Great spare. Keeps him in the game through 6 frames.
As a player, what goes through your mind? Let's say it's a match on television or a singles match, and you see your opponent warming up with urethane. You're not going to use urethane. What goes through your mind when you see that?
I panic personally. I get confused on what he's actually trying to accomplish. You're always playing offense. If you're playing defense, you're already 1 or 2 frames behind. I'm actually really shocked, Randy, that Bill did not try urethane, knowing what the pattern was going to be. He's very good at it. He used the urethane many times through the years. I'm very surprised that Bill went with this decision, even though he bowled really good the last 2 games on a different pattern. The lane's going to play way different. The characteristics of the pattern. He'd already bowled a couple games on this pattern. He knows the left lane hooks more.
Well, you won't see that very often.
No, and there's just no hold. He's trying to get away from the mid-lane reaction the urethane is causing from 39 to 45 feet. And he's in trouble. Not a spare you shoot every day.
Well, it's not very often you see a pro the caliber of Bill O'Neill miss the head and left. But, getting back to your point, why do you think that Bill didn't use urethane and get right on top of where EJ is and mirror him?
Just confidence, I think, in the bowling balls he's already been throwing. Feel's one of it. The balls that he's been throwing the same ball for a couple games, so the feel's probably really good. That's left. And it laid there.
Yeah.
And he knew it. And that's the one thing that you can get away with when you're throwing urethane. It will lay there. Doesn't matter what pattern it is. And that's why guys keep throwing more and more urethane. I'll be the first one to admit I'd like to see urethane be ixnayed from tour, USBC, everything. So because of what it does to the lane.
But yet everybody talks about the other balls. You know, and all I see is urethane balls, if anything, destroying the integrity of an oil pattern faster.
Oh, he does a very good job of it.
With early hook and carry down lane.
Correct. I'm wondering here what Bill will do. I would have to imagine he's going to grab his urethane ball and move right. EJ's minimum going to shoot 2-2-0.
Oh, he
He's
did.
Moved right.
Yes, he did.
But it's not urethane.
Nope. It's not urethane, but now I'm wondering if he thinks there's enough shim there, enough hold created by the urethane of EJ Tackett where he can kind of dead hand it straight up second arrow.
Yeah, and that's one thing Bill's gotten really good at, but he's always been really good at going up the lane, end over end roll, letting that ring finger come out of it last. This is the shot of the match, in my opinion. It gives him any hope if he strikes.
Taking no time, that's for sure. Oh, nice break. How about a kick to the gut while we're at it?
Your champion will be EJ Tackett. Randy, you and I will go down and do some presentations, but I want to say a shout out real quick to Parkside Lanes and all of our sponsors, but especially to FloBowling for joining the PBA Tour, all of our fans and subscribers. It's been an unbelievable first weekend with FloBowling. The media coverage, the interviews, job well done to FloBowling.
Sean, a job well done by yourself, and I know that it's an incredible amount of work. And thank you and everything that you do for our sport and for the PBA Tour and the staff here at Parkside. You guys did an amazing job once again. Thank you for all of your efforts and hard work.
Thank you, sir.
Sean Rash, future Hall of Famer, giving back to the sport, does such a great job here. Players appreciate it. We appreciate it. And we can't thank him and the staff here at Parkside enough. EJ Tackett's going to win title number 10. Jeff, I'm going to go down to the lanes and talk. I'm going to go down to the floor and have a word with young EJ Tackett.
I'm looking forward to that, Randy. Tackett and O'Neill will finish out per the rules. Randy Peterson heading down as we speak. EJ Tackett winning his 10th PBA Tour title. He was the youngest player to 9, and he is now the youngest player to 10. 210, the winning score for Tackett. Coming off his second place finish at the 2018 PBA Tour Finals, Tackett's first win of 2018. Final shot for Bill O'Neill. And let's send it down to Randy.
Thank you, everyone. How about a nice round of applause for all of our finalists, including Bill O'Neill. EJ Tackett, title number 10, age 25, already Hall of Fame eligible. How does that sound?
It sounds pretty good. You know, I won my 9th title last year against Jason, and it's been about 7 or 8 months now, and I went through a weight change, went back to 15. I had a little bit of physical issue going on, and I've been working really hard on my game, and I think it's finally starting to come together. Lubbock, I bowled really good, missed the show, but I came out here this week and just hoping that I can make good shots and everything comes together, and it finally did.
Yeah, well, you're officially back, young man. What was in the decision making to go with Chameleon?
Well, none of the guys have bowled on it so far. Well, they bowled on it earlier, but Bill and Kris hadn't bowled on it yet today. But the biggest reason why was on the fresh, I felt like I had my best opportunity to bowl a good game. The other two patterns, I started with urethane on both of them, but I had to do a lot of work to break the lane down the right way. And this pattern, I had to do the least amount of work. So I thought I could eliminate bowling 180 by using this pattern and give myself a chance to bowl, a 230, 240 game.
Congratulations. Enjoy title number 10, my friend.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Send it back to the booth.
Thanks, Randy. E.J. Tackett, your winner here at the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open, a debut event on FloBowling. And our next event on FloBowling, the PBA 50 River City Extreme Open in Monticello, Minnesota, qualifying July 18th to July 20th. And we will see you from Monticello. For Phil Brylow and Randy Peterson, this is Jeff Goodger. See you in Minnesota.